2021, I'm working with BC Housing, Cover Architecture, and Facility. So currently we're just waiting on geotech results, and I think Peter's organizing that meeting. That to happen right away so that we can get a final decision on whether or not the building will support the additional floors. So if everything's a go, I have got something in mind, which was to relocate staff, just myself, Miranda, and the Nelson Youth Action Network to the 5th floor of City Hall for the duration of the bill. And then we do want to keep, because with the youth center, we house the camps here, but for that, we would utilize all of City Nelson's outdoor parks and potentially use the library or the curling club for weather interruptions like smoke and rain. And so Miranda's taken the lead on all the summer camps, and she's got plans and phases ready to go. So it looks like we can continue for the summer. And currently, as we do stand with the public health order, youth programming is allowed to continue. So that's great news for 21 and under. And so with the BC Parks and Recreation Association, I am actually currently applying to become a director. They're looking for 3 of them. And it's a 2-year term with the BC Parks and Rec from 2021 to 2023. And what they really want is someone to sit on the board who reflects a diverse population. And I thought that the youth center would be great, and myself representing that would be awesome for the city of Nelson. So I'm going to try to give it a go, and I have to apply by February 17th.
Excellent. Good for you.
Yeah.
Jordan?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This is Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi.
Hi.
Mayor, is it okay, Mayor, if I ask a question?
Oh, yes. Go ahead. Yeah.
Jordan, so
Yep.
In your planning, are you kind of seeing the summer of 2021 much like the summer of 2020 in your mind, in terms of health orders and? Are you just planning as such?
I'm planning as such. Obviously, with health orders, we've got everything's changed. Our procedures, policies have changed, but we will be reducing the amount of kids that we have in our programs. So right now we actually have a wait list of 12 kids for out of school programming, and that's every day, Monday to Friday. So I feel that summer will be very busy for us and we'll be full, but I'm planning as is right now currently. Yeah.
So basically it's just the continuation of COVID reality.
Yeah. And I'll get to that, especially for the farmers markets as we go down, because I have been looking at what the BCCD guidelines are. So yeah, we'll kind of go over that. But right now, as it stands, the public health orders, youth programs under 21 are allowed to continue, obviously with procedures in place to eliminate the chance of COVID-19 happening within our center.
Thank you, Jordan.
You're welcome. Okay, so next is the Snow Angels program. And right now, currently, I've been able to match 2 residents with 2 angels. Right now we have more volunteers than we actually do residents who are in need of help. So I'm currently planning on reaching out to Interior Health for their home support program, because I feel like those people might need some help. And with, Nelson Cares, just really getting the advertising out there, because we've got about 7 volunteers with 2 residents. So we need more residents. So if you know of anyone, just send them our way. And
Jordan.
Yep.
Have we conceived of are there sections of public walkways there maybe clusters of people are around, that if it was more taking care of a common area in a remote part of town?
Yeah, I haven't thought about that, but we could look into that.
It's something along the active transportation corridors.
Yeah, definitely. I do have a few youth that have signed up and they're really eager to start, but we need snow.
Yeah, no, fair enough. So.
Jordan?
Yeah.
It's Janice. Could you send me, can you send me if there's if you've got, like the thing that's on Facebook, but like just that sort of summary, that little poster or whatever. And can you send it to janice.morrison@interiorhealth.ca? I
Okay,
just started
perfect.
working on Monday back in community health, and if you send that to me at my work address, I will do a group mail out, which is probably the most effective way. And then then that gets me all of the nurses and all of the staff in home care, instead of God knows how they might do it. If you contact one person, they'll say, "Oh yeah, thank you." But I can do that group mail out, and then every nurse will have it. And so that nurse that might want to suggest it to somebody. I went to a house yesterday, and the woman said to me, "And why didn't you bring your poles so that you could, you know, navigate your way in?" I just about killed myself trying to get to the front door of her house because, of course, she was completely blocked in and snowed in, and nobody had moved anything while I navigated trying to get to the house. So,
Yeah.
If you do that to my work address with just that little advertising page, that would be great. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks.
Just,
So
Jordan, just a second. Just to
Yep.
finish up with Janice. Janice, can that list be made available to Jordan directly? Sorry, we've got you muted, I think.
am I muted? Like,
Yeah.
Can
sorry,
whoever
you
was
want me to make the
speaking
list?
speak again?
Can that list be made available to Jordan directly to send out the email?
No, because it's an internal.
Okay.
It's something internal that we have.
Okay, thank you.
So with like, if this Snow Angel program does continue, we do have potential for seasonal angel programs. So we were talking, leaf removal in the fall, things like that, which could really help out some of the residents in our community, especially the vulnerable ones. Also, so currently I'll go through the grants that I'm working on, and we recently applied for the CBT Small Social for our Adventure Time program. This is to really, for snacks and individual play for the children that come here, because right now we're finding that they're sharing everything, which isn't really COVID friendly, and it's hard to sanitize the items. So we did apply for more supplies and games and bikes and stuff like that for the little guys. So we're waiting to see on that. And I'm currently working on community initiatives. And with that, I'll be looking at upgrading our kitchen, which will also help out with our food security program, and we could get more programming within the kitchen. Plus, we could offer it to some of the farmers market vendors so that they could come in and utilize our kitchen to prepare some of their items for sale for the market. And then I'm applying for the CBT student work. Sorry, that one's already in process. We have a student who's under this grant right now, who's working with us part-time. And Canada Summer Jobs, I am looking at applying for 2 camp counselors, the food security ambassador, and 2 campground attendants. So in total, it's about $45,000 that I am applying for that program. So hoping we get it, but I haven't applied just yet. I'm ready to hit the apply button probably today.
Jordan,
and then, yes?
This is Jesse again.
Hi, Jesse.
I don't know if you can see me or not. I'm never.
No, I can't.
Okay. John,
Yeah.
is it okay if I talk?
Yeah, I can't. I can't see some of you myself at times. So.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Jesse.
Technology.
Okay. Thanks, John. So Jordan, I think so. What I'm seeing here is you're definitely rolling out the planning for the farmers market, which is absolutely on target. You know, getting going at this time of year is perfect.
Yeah.
I do think there is going to be an element that we're going to need to discuss with the community as we move forward.
Okay.
I do think that, as COVID is not seemingly to be going anywhere anytime soon, definitely within the 2021 year, the markets are going to have to be run as they were run in 2020, which was, all COVID safe and lots of volunteers. And, I think that was a relief for the city to know that the market was being run with all the precautions it needs.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I do think there needs to be a statement by the city talking about safety, security, why the city is continuing with the market, the abilities the city has to run the market in a COVID safe way is really I don't think you can compare it to any other group, because we have the ability, the people,
Yeah.
the infrastructure to do it. So I think that needs to be clearly stated in the community what's happening and why it's happening.
Currently, right now, the guidelines are that there's only to be food sold again. There's no artisans or anything, but they have to be consumable goods. So we're right back to square one where we were this time last year.
Right. So, wow, I didn't know that. So I would just say some really good and honest communication with the public about what's going on, why this is happening, why the market continues to have to be this way, and that kind of information. I think it's going to be really important for our community as a whole.
Absolutely. And so I can work with Ginger on that and get that out to the public.
Thank you very much.
John, I think we might be a little bit ahead of ourselves, though. I think I agree a lot with what Councillor Woodward has said, but have we had that discussion? Have we received that information about what has happened as we laid out ahead of time when we did this in the first place? Like, have we had that discussion and made those decisions?
So Keith, on that note, we were planning to meet in February. At our last meeting, we talked we'd have a meeting in February where we'd have our Jordan lead us, and it would include hopefully the vendors.
Thank you.
We have as well. So that's the first place.
So let's have that discussion, and then let's have the discussion what we tell the public we're doing.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the plan. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so CBT Food Access Recovery Grant. I'm going to be applying for another food security ambassador for that program to deliver food security initiatives within our community and work at the markets exactly like Finn was doing. He did such a good job last year that I want to continue that program under our umbrella. So I'm gonna currently look at this grant and get on applying for it.
John, I would just make a comment. One of the concerns brought forward in the community over the last year was about food waste out in Creston during the picking, and sent that along to Finley, and the response I got back later was really well researched and like very clear, and like really just fleshed out the whole issue and how we as a community could or would or have the capacity to look at the problem, and I think the more we put really thoughtful, studious people in that role, there's a lot of value there.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to celebrate that.
Absolutely. We miss Finn. He was such a great person to have around. So hopefully he's watching this, because it would be awesome to have someone who's got passion exactly the way he had it, and just his drive and his technology. Like, he created that video. He did some photo shoot for what was it, Dev Services. That was their beautiful photos, which we could use, for our promotions and stuff. So it was really well. So we will work really hard to get someone very good in that role.
Well, maybe, in the winter season, it's nice to put out a nice sunny video that's well produced and remind people of spring that's coming, right?
Absolutely. And he developed a lot of brochures that we're going to be handing out at the market, food security initiative brochures. So we'll print those off and get those out to the public. Do you have any questions before I continue?
I didn't have a question, Jordan, but
Yep.
I had a comment. With the Nelson Next document that was produced on climate, there's probably an opportunity to sort of coordinate all of these initiatives
Absolutely.
Together and have a sort of bigger group, because even it fits somewhat into the EcoSave program as well, and water conservation and composting, the whole 9 yards. So we'll figure out a way to sort of have a bigger group work with you, so that everybody's on the same page, and when we go door to door, we have an opportunity to not only hand out information on composting and community gardening and so forth, but also water conservation and energy retrofits, and all of that sort of kind of works together in that program. So just,
and remember last year you were talking about at the market how, we could take that opportunity as the city running it to produce those to the public when they show up, and which we will be working on this year to do that.
Good, thanks.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Good comment.
Awesome. Okay, so in continuing, currently we just welcomed a second-year practicum student from Selkirk College from their social work program, and her name is Olivia Smith, and she'll be with us from January to May. But in May, she'll be with us full time, and she's going to assist both Nyan and our youth program coordinator to, develop programs and to, make the youth center really aware to the public about what we're doing. She's great. She works one day a week from now on, and it's been awesome. So it's only been 2 days, but we've seen some really good results from her. So really happy with the program. And starting February 1st, we have new tenants upstairs on our second floor, and it's Freedom Quest. And I think it's a great opportunity to have them in our building. We've already discussed ways that we could collaborate programs and resources with each other. So I'm really looking forward to that relationship and having that tenant under our building. And then from the food security program last year, I bought a couple new garden beds to be in front of the youth center. So we would like to get those going, and we want to build them this year, and we're going to incorporate those into all of the programming that we do here at the youth center. So lots of greenery out front. And finally, I wanted to kind of chat about Story Walk. So I'm not too sure if everyone's aware of Story Walk initiative, and I think that the Rotary will be going to council about this. I'm not too sure what their plans are so far, but we've had one initial meeting, and we're collaborating with Seaball, SD8, the library, and the Nelson Rotary and Daybreak for a permanent story walk at the Art Gibbons Memorial Park. I'm really excited about this. I don't know if you guys can see the picture there, but that's kind of what the story walks look like. But this one would be, monthly new groups would develop, find a story to present up at Art Gibbons, and it gets people out and it gets them wandering and reading. So, but there is a lot of things to think about with that, who manages it, who maintains it, and that's what this group has been in discussions with in deciding how this program is going to evolve. Does anyone have any questions? I'm going to move on.
I got a comment, Jordan.
Yep.
I'm just looking at garden beds because they're near and dear to me because I built a couple. And I don't know what you're using, but I'm just thinking about what goes on and what you can use and what have you. And I'm just thinking that maybe you could approach work with Ramona and approach the community mill out at Harrop and get all that stuff donated and have they would get some accolades and photo op and that kind of thing. They might be just might be something right up their alley where they would just donate all the materials for you.
What's funny is my brother-in-law's manager of that mill.
Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Sorry I brought it up. You're
no,
on
it's all good.
You're on
totally.
You gotta love small towns, eh?
Yeah. No, I'll be approaching him, but the beds are already bought. They're in the back of the youth center. We're just waiting for the opportunity to start building them. Obviously warmer weather, and also we're waiting on to see what the build is going to do, because I don't want to be putting in a garden while we're building. So.
And Jordan, you've got all your water lines and pipes and everything you need from us to make that easy. And
yeah, we've got a hose in here. It's just right in front. They're 2 big garden beds, so we'll be pretty. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of go over what our youth program coordinator has been working on in her 2021 programming plans, which is quite a bit. Actually, when she showed me this, I was like, oh, this is great. So of course we got weekday warriors, pro day camps, spring break camps, summer camps, the Nelson Skate Academy. So this is taking our skate lessons, but making them bigger and collaborating with a local, like Ripping Giraffe and Tribute, and coming up with t-shirts for the kids, really making it a program and building their skills, developing these kids, because it's a great workout and they're active, they're engaged. So anyways, well, we're gonna figure out the logistics of that and then advertise for it, hopefully within the next month. So we have Adventure Time at the NDYC, which is, it's a drop-in program. Well, not drop-in at this point in time. We have to call ahead because of COVID, but it's for 0 to 5-year-olds to come and get on their little push bikes and run around the youth center to burn off some energy while they can, especially during this time. And we have homeschool hangout where it's just the homeschoolers come in, hang out, they get some exercise. It's kind of like their PE.
Okay.
And recently we've thought about Easy Eats because Easy Eats was very popular with the kids. And we haven't been able to do in-person programming with this because of COVID. We've decided to do Easy Eats at home. So what we're going to be doing is getting packages of food for the participants and giving them a menu and like plans and going home with the supplies and doing a Zoom meeting and then cooking together through Zoom. So hopefully we've just advertised for it and I'm hoping that we'll get some youth that will want to do it. But I thought that was a great idea because our kitchen's too small to have, more than 2 people in there, especially with keeping the social distancing. So this was a way that we're kind of rejigging everything to make our programming available to the kids. And then Miranda wants to do a summer skate for 4 weeks at the Art Gibbons skate park, where there'd be 2 weeks in July and 2 weeks in August. And this is in collaboration with Ripping Giraffe. So I'm not too sure where she's at with that, but I do know that they're really excited to take that program on and we can get it going. So we also have a new one and it's called Youth Roller Skating with the West Kootenay Civ Crew. And it's where youth ages 12 to 21 are going to learn how to roller skate and learn some tricks, drop in, they get to hang out with people who've been in, I guess, the roller skating crew for long times and learn some skills. And that'll be on Friday nights. I can't remember what she has there, but also we've been approached to do parkour at the youth center, which is another exciting thing. The youth center is kind of evolving into not just skateboarding. It's so many different avenues at this point in time. But we have a volunteer who's actually from the boxing club. He wants to bring all of his stuff down and utilize the youth center and provide that parkour programs for the kids. So,
Jordan, all of that indoor stuff would hinge on the protocols around COVID, right?
Yeah. And right now we have to make sure that it's all individual. Like they can't be touching each other. Obviously they have to do all the COVID-19 questionnaires before they come in, and it's a lot less. Like, so we're only allowing 5 or 6 kids for like skate lessons and roller skate and parkour.
Jordan,
not up to 20. Yes.
Sorry. I know parkour is pretty popular with a number of adults as well. How does that work? Would the adults be welcome?
At this time, no. It's just for youth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that ever a thing?
Can we go? I think that's the real question.
Yeah, that'd be fun. No, it's 21 and over based on the public health orders. We're not allowed to do any like intense active programs, but for youth 21 and under, they've allowed it.
But just to clarify, like if not for the health orders, would adults be welcome?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We could maybe figure a way to make that happen, especially during drop-in programs. We're thinking about opening on a Sunday too, to make it 5 days a week, just because we have so much going on so that we could fit everything in, especially with different time frames. So we're also thinking about having a youth artisan market. Of course, this is all hinging on public health orders and what the future's looking like, but we're planning as is right now. And Sketchy Cats, so an art class, gardening program, and then of course winter holiday camps. We've been recently offering babysitter courses here, and we've had about 2 sessions. That's been pretty good. And then of course utilizing our tech area again, of getting that program running. And
I'm going to jump in here for a second. Not necessarily proposing this, but having gone through, sitting down in our meeting yesterday, and this is for my fellow commissioners, and looking at kind of the lean year we have in general. I wonder how efficient we are with the budgets between the 2 tables at spending on youth programming in the city, and where we need to concentrate our efforts.
Right.
right? And I don't know how that looks, but I wonder how well there's overlap in collaboration with the youth programming coming out of the NDCC.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then like utilizing the center there or just collaborating with their
Well,
like
collaborating more,
camps?
but making sure that, you know, the programming is really complementary for the user groups, that pricing makes sense, or that, and I don't know how all that looks because that's not my field of expertise, but in the
Yeah.
beginning years when we might be struggling to compete for the same base, like can we, I think over a course of time, talk about how we deliver this programming as a local government between the two of us.
Absolutely. Yeah.
These are great programs. These look like great programs.
Yeah. A lot of fun. Okay, I'm gonna.
But Jordan, just if I understand correctly, I know that in 2020 anomaly year, but you've put a lot of effort into trying to build that relationship with the Rec 5, right? I don't know if you want to, I know you were heading in a direction. I don't know if you have any comments for Keith just on that you have put, you've been working with that.
Yeah, I did present to them to the Rec Commission was it last year?
It was.
Yeah,
We
it was
only got
last year.
back to you recently.
Yeah, and it's still under talks to deciding about user rates between the two, like the NDCC and the NDYC.
Yeah, and that's for the benefit of the table. That's the fees and charges bylaw. The RCK is kind of, once that can move forward, then other policies can start coming into play in the subcomponents. But
perfect. And yeah, I mean, we connect with their summer camp coordinator just so that there's no overlap within the community. Also, we do this every year, so we are making that connection. We do have a really good relationship with them, so we would like it. We'd like to build and make it bigger because these are the future of this community.
So, with your on the ground experience, like where would you think the next easiest place to form a stronger bond would be?
That would be through camps.
Camps?
Yeah, especially with the city and like it's like we're utilizing all of our spaces and places. So.
Yeah, and then you've got to compete for them and.
Exactly. So that's where I see where if we could combine resources and have a City of Nelson summer camp that's just, well, of course, COVID. This would.
Yeah, but all the parks are planned out and everyone got fair access to them and could make
absolutely
time and.
Yeah.
Interesting. Is there a way we can pick up that conversation amongst staff and see where those opportunities are, Colin, perhaps?
And I kind of take again, first of all, like I said, hats off to Jordan, again, normal. But, she's sort of made that branch to go out because certainly kind of kind of Jordan there was definitely some walls up. So, I always kind of, from my side, what we're fortunate with is that you've got that kind of hand open that comes from a Jordan. I don't necessarily know always that it has been or even where they're at now with the management on our Rec 5 side, that they're not as interested in that. There tended to be a bit more siloed. So certainly I can kind of have that conversation, but like many meetings, even like yesterday, where management maybe doesn't take that critical eye to their operations the way that it kind of has to come from the top. If that makes any sense to you, Councillor?
Well, we have a piece of business on that side to get the contract around the gyro pool, done something with and figured out ahead of time, and that's going to be coming up. And maybe there's an opportunity within that conversation about other city spaces and what programming is or cannot be run from them and how we're going to just jostle that in a way. And then we can have that conversation amongst commissioners as well, because but see if we can expand that a little bit and come up with an equitable way of program directors just booking space.
And it's a great point, and I will I'll mark this down in my notes here to maybe if I can go with Jordan or maybe with Sarah and Jordan and I, whatever, and have that conversation, because you're right. We did say, hey, look at, part of you not paying for some of the boat rental, you guys taking on gyro, because we wanted to have this, as you said, who's using our parks and who's got permission in that kind of partnering agreement. And so like I said, I think a lot of that got lost with what happened last year. So it's a great point to make sure that we act on it and B, that we are feeling that we're being fair and equitable, and that because part of the challenge will happen is that if you've got a youth center or Rec 5, how come they've got the space, but I want to do a yoga program in there, and it's like, who gets to use our park? So it's very it's an important thing, and I appreciate you raising it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we only got a half an hour left. We want to be on time, but so this is just the Nelson Youth Action Network's 2021 programming plans, and as you can see, busy schedule. Sam just kind of briefly gave me an overview of what she was doing, but I did want to touch base on the mural at the Nelson Leafs Bottle Depot. We're just trying to get a hold of the owner to set up a meeting with him and of course the Nelson and District Arts Council to figure out how we can approach that mural down near at Cottonwood Falls. Sorry. So
Jordan, Greg,
yeah.
Greg, the manager of the bottle depot, is in constant contact with the owners, so he know
Yeah.
who to reach out to. Are you done on that page now, or because
Yeah.
I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think maybe I didn't hear this right, but did I hear you saying earlier that some of your programs would be restricted in numbers potentially going forward? And the reason I asked that is, and it sort of ties into what was brought up earlier about coordinating with Rec 5, but on this page I'm seeing a Proctor, Balfour, Tagham meetup for youths, and I'm just wondering, since it's the Nelson Youth Centre funded by the City of Nelson, do Nelson residents get priority, as an example, for the after-school programs? I know from a past survey that was done, many of I think the school buses actually drop kids off there, don't they?
Yeah, there's two.
Yeah. So how would that work, as an example, if our local Nelson residents were not able to access the youth center in restricted numbers, when you have restricted numbers, and out of town children could?
So the Proctor, Balfour, and Tagham meetups, they're held out there. They're not held in the youth center. And so with after school programs, it's the Blewett bus that drops the kids off, and no.
Can we just point out it does have the word district in it?
It does have the word district, and that was put on there for a very good reason. And at one point there was talk, and Janice may remember this, that there would be a funding model that would include the district, but that never did happen. So the district did actually stay on there. So I'm just thinking that we need to, if we're the sole funder of that facility, our programming and accommodation should focus on Nelson residents. I would find it a little difficult if, as an example, my son wanted to bring his two boys down there and they couldn't do it because there was, you were booked up with the Blewett bus just dropped off 15 children, and he's a taxpayer in the city of Nelson. It's just a thought when I see this. So I'm just wondering, with the Proctor, Balfour, Tagham, don't get me wrong, I think this is great to accommodate youth no matter where they're from, but I'm struggling with that potentially happening going forward with these reduced numbers. And if we're reaching out into those areas, as was brought up by Councillor Page, where does Rec 5 fit in that conversation? And
I hear you. It might be an interesting conversation to see if Jordan could be contracted. The youth center could be contracted to programming on the other side in some capacity.
Right.
And get a contribution. Like, I would opposed to pulling back and trying to firm up a border. I would say, how can we sell the D? If the D in district in the name never actually got transacted and sold to the regional district, let's figure out a way to get someone to pay for that D.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can I just
agree more.
I was hoping to jump in here, Mayor, just and Council. Just a couple of clarifications. Number one, Mayor, you are absolutely correct. As far as the youth center operations and those being dropped off and from our community, And we do try to have a resident rate and a non-resident rate, so that's one thing that we do have in place that's supposed to recognize that. But I wanted just to be clear, because I think that we got a bit of a blend going on here. And when Manager Martin is talking about the NIAN, this particular program is actually funded by CBT. So they give us a significant amount of money, and so we are to run it for our area and district. So again, not disagreeing with you, Mayor, about our regular operations and city taxpayer and that sort of thing. And we do try to have a resident, non-resident rate. But on this particular program, under that mandate, we do have a larger, broader area. There are a number of other participants. I think Rosalind and Cascar also get funding under this Nelson Youth Action Network, and they try to get them all to come together. And I know like Creston has one, so in the whole basin, at least once a year, not COVID, but they have a almost like a big jamboree where they get all the youth together. But then during the year, we do get this significant amount of money that comes from CBT directly to operate this particular program.
Thank you.
So, okay, should I continue? I think the next slide is the campground.
Right, yeah.
Awesome. So 2021 for the campground, I currently have an application out for new 2021 campground hosts. I would like to see hosts there every year. They really, it creates smooth operations, especially during the nighttime. For the past 2 years since we've had one, we haven't had any major issues at night. So
Jordan,
definitely continue with the hosts.
Jordan, I'd like to mention to you that last year we had friends stay there on 2 different occasions, and I have to say the staff were outstanding.
Oh, good. Thanks. That's great.
Just so
I was like, oh, a little bit nervous.
They were outstanding. They did a wonderful job. Really good feedback.
Right.
Jordan, you were like, oh no.
I was like, oh no. No, so this year I'm hoping to implement new signage around the campground. The signage is outdated and it's falling apart, but we just need proper ones that have the logo on them that say, welcome to the Nelson City Campground, things like that. And I kind of put 2 pictures here to show you guys what I would like. And this is a new campground information board, which it'd be awesome to have. So that would include menus, things to do and see, let's advertise the market there every Saturday and Wednesday, which we do see a lot of, travelers coming to the markets from the campgrounds. That helped out a lot. And then, of course, I would love to have rentable games and hammocks. Again, right now with COVID, the BCC DC requirements, at this time, it's only essential travel. And it's, where do we go? Like, do we allow travel from other areas? So that's kind of something that's in the back of my head right now while we get ready to prepare for opening for the 2021 season. And then, of course, if the accommodations and the PHO orders continue, we could include wildfire crew, roads, and transportation crews to stay while they're working in our area, especially if essential travel is only allowed at this point in time. So that's kind of the 2021 campground overview and what I would like to see and how we go. We had a really good year last year, and we opened a month late than usual. So I was really impressed, and we got it all together, but we were full. It was very busy. There was a lot of people wanting to visit the area and camp.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yeah.
So with regard to that, that kind of level of busyness, I suspect it'll be very similar this year, especially if COVID is still in that state of forcing people to only do local staycations and such. Do you feel like you're prepared for that kind of level of busyness?
Yeah, I mean, last year we were full almost every night, so we are prepared to handle it. I mean, there's only certain capacity that we can have at this point in time. Like, if the campground's full, it's full.
Right.
But definitely, staff did have a lot of issues last year with the phone. It was nonstop at the amount that they would talk to me. And even when I would go up there and visit, they were talking to me and the phone would just go off the hook, nonstop. So it was quite eye-opening, actually, seeing how busy it was last year. And I think revenues were up. They were around the same, but with a month later opening. So,
I'm sorry, Keith, I see you. I just wanted one supplemental. If we're kind of looking at that as kind of the level of business or more, I think there could be an or more even busier, because people are going to have there's going to be a lot of pent up demand once spring rolls. Do you feel like, that you have the staffing you need to maintain your service abilities?
well, I don't have any staff right now, but I would probably, we're going to be hiring a campground attendant. I might look into potentially hiring 2 of them to share the position to see where we go with that. But it would be youth center staff, and yeah, I think we could handle it. It would just put an additional staff member to handle the cleaning and the maintaining of the grounds while one's in the office, and which we've done every year anyways. So.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jordan. It's just a wonderful list of things you guys are. It's amazing. Thank you for your work.
Well, the next one is the Nelson Farmers Market.
Jordan, I'm just gonna. One thing I heard from you on that phone side of things, and whether you want to put this on your list or not, is connecting that up to the DER3 people and taking some of the youth center hacker people and saying, hey, we have a phone number, it rings, we have these AI pieces we can connect to the telephony network now. That's where all the technology is. It's off the shelf when you're that kind of software, internet nerd type, technical type. Those programs are available. We probably aren't eligible for them, but even just working with the Selkirk Rapid Response team to be like, how can we receive these bookings and process them, do the pre-processing part, capture them, navigate them to the right person, capture a voicemail, transcribe it to an email, that kind of stuff that can help with that customer relationship piece, but also maybe engage the youth in solving a problem, because the tools are there. It could be put together fairly easily.
Yeah.
Unlike the 800 outage number for hydro.
Okay.
So,
okay. No, that's great.
Little project.
Yeah. Okay, so a quick update on the Nelson Farmers Market. There's a lot there, but right now we're getting a lot of vendors sending in requests, and I'm kind of just going through a lot of them right now. We're hiring a Nelson Farmers Market coordinator, which is part of my application for the Canada Summer Jobs program. And so another point is the Nelson Farmers Market survey is complete, and the favorite location is the L shape of Hall and Baker. But as we discussed earlier, with the current PHO restrictions and the BCCDC recommendations, there's only food to be sold at the farmers market at this time. And I'm going to be presenting the results to council as to where, if we should have it at the L shape of Hall and Baker, but that would produce overcrowding. And I think that that's something that we want to avoid, especially with cases going up and COVID restrictions still in place. So.
And Jordan, just to be clear, that's for the Wednesday market only.
Yeah, only Wednesday. Saturday will remain at Cottonwood Falls. Yeah. So I have recently applied to become a mentee with the BC Farmers Market Association mentorship program. So I'm working with a mentor in Coquitlam, the Coquitlam Farmers Market, and we're having our first meeting next week. So it'll be good to, bounce some ideas off that market manager and just collaborate with them and, get some tools to enhance our market operations and have one of the best markets. So I'm really excited about that. And I have recently just applied for the 2021 BC Farmers Market coupon program. And I don't know when I'll hear the results from that, but I have a good feeling we'll get the coupon program back again. Last year we did around, I think it was $47,000 in coupons. So it's a great program, and we want to continue that within our community. And of course, that ties in with food security and, of course, helping those vulnerable populations within the community.
Jordan.
Yep.
Does that Nelson Advisory Board have a requirement for a seat for a youth?
No. Seat for a youth. It does not, but that's something that we could probably have, would be a seat for youth. That'd be awesome. Actually, just have them
Jordan, this is Jesse again.
Yep.
With regards to the coupon program, so there has been like this steady expansion of that program year over year. Is that going to happen again this year? Do you know?
With the Columbia Basin Trust?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. I've got to speak with the BC Farmers Market Association because they work with the Columbia Basin Trust on that piece. I don't really know where they stand with that, but I could definitely dig for some information to find out if we can continue that.
I don't want to add any more to your plate. You guys are already doing an amazing piece, and the expansion of that program has just been incredible year over year. So I mean, even if it wasn't expanding, I mean, still it's doubled in last bunch of years. So it's really amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. And of course, the Nelson Farmers Market Advisory Board 2021 meeting to be determined. I believe Mayor Julie said you want to meet with that group in February. Correct me if I'm wrong. Which we should start discussions surrounding the farmers market quite soon here, just to get everything going. And of course, youth employment. So again, we'll focus on hiring the youth at the youth center and allowing them to work the markets, which was fantastic. You know, they're gaining new skills. They're learning how to operate a farmer's market, business operations, and we're getting them out, especially at a time when all of them are kind of sucked into the computers and not really being able to be part of the community at this point in time. So it's all been really good work. They did a great job last year. So of course, we're getting new reusable tote bags for 2021 that you'll see. They've got Nelson Farmers Market written on them, and local businesses have been able to market their business on these tote bags, and we'll be giving out about, I think, 5,000 or something. So you see a lot of them throughout the city of Nelson. And of course, educational infographics on food security to be given to the public, made by the Food Security Ambassador, which will be done in every market. Can anyone chat about the farmers market quickly before I start?
Yeah, I just had a question for Colin. I'm just wondering, Colin, if some of that recovery fund we received could help us do a better job of dressing up the entrance to the farmers market, the parking lot in general, and that area where the vendors generally set up is kind of a two-tiered sort of concrete gravel kind of thing. And I was down there quite a bit last year, and Jordan can probably attest to this. Very, very dusty at times, and because the park itself is absolutely beautiful, but that whole entrance in there to it leaves a little bit to be desired. And I think there's an opportunity to do some work in that parking lot area to accommodate better traffic flow and more parking and easier access for people that are walking as well.
John, can I just add to that, because this has been an ongoing problem for many, many years. So one of the things that was done to reduce the dust level was to lay down a whole bunch of gravel in the parking where the bathroom is, the old bathroom in there, and so that would reduce the dust in that location. But the parking on the side of the bottle depot area, that's the only way that was ever dealt with was putting down that calcium chloride, and that helped to a certain degree. But it really does need kind of like a paving job or something like that. Otherwise, it's all just kind of Band-Aid fixes for the moment.
Yeah, I agree, Jesse. So, Colin, any thoughts there?
Well, I do, and I'm writing my notes down. We have some conversations this afternoon just about some of that funding, and I will mark this down as the CAO and I are kind of looking at an internal improvement business use of these funds, and I can see that being something that would come into play. It is interesting because and I understand, Jesse, you've been there. Mayor, you're down there. Keith, I know you're there too, Jordan. But also on the development side, so I get sometimes a bit worried about how do we, you don't want to go and be paving something that then becomes torn up because you're going to do some development there. So again, I think that putting some good minds together, we can find a way, whether or not it's more that kind of brick kind of stuff or something that's permeable that might do that. So anyways, good suggestions, and yes, definitely we'll put that in the list and see what comes up and discuss it further.
Yeah.
My one thing I would say on this is let's just have a really clear sense of what that pot is doing, how much we're going to spend at the front, how much we're going to save in case something else is needed that's unexpected, because that's why that pot is given out in the first place, and have a real theory that we're clear on what we're going to use it for, and let all the assumptions we had going into the whole thing continue to play out. And I would just say, let's start there and then start to see what we chip away at it, because I don't want to just start adding projects to it that help us along if we don't know exactly what it's supposed to be a reserve to a certain degree if things really go tits up.
No, it's absolutely not supposed to be a reserve. It's for recovery.
Well,
so I
for
think
recovery if things go tits up and we don't know where things have landed yet.
It's very fair to put items on the list. They don't have to rise to the top, but they should be on the list. And I think if we want a more robust farmers market and we want to really make a commitment to food security, I believe that we need to make it as user-friendly as possible so we can introduce as many people as possible to that market and keep our farmers as vibrant and making a profit so they continue to come back to our community. So from my perspective, I would suggest that upgrades to that area would be a priority if we're going to make that real commitment to food security and supporting that market going forward. So it should be on the list, and if it gets booted off, fair enough, but definitely
let's just talk about what that's for first, because we haven't had that conversation.
So it's Kevin here. So just to add to what Colin said there, when development services present, that's on their project list is to get an RFP out on that development site. So I think we want to find out how quickly that's going to happen. And we have a pretty hot real estate market, so we have some time between now and then. But certainly, as Colin also said, that other discussion will happen this afternoon. So there's definitely stuff on the list, and but we're trying to create the flexibility in that we can adjust and be flexible with what's going to happen. We're all speculating at this time exactly how this is going to happen, but I think our timing should be pretty good with all these type of projects. So that'll happen this afternoon, and we certainly want to hear from council on some thoughts you have. So we'll have that, like I said, that discussion this afternoon.
Okay, one more slide.
Yeah, and if I could, sorry, Jordan, but just to be clear, like even having that discussion just for council, mayor and council, it's not the end all be all that what we discussed this afternoon is like, oh, this is exactly what we're doing. There's a lot of moving parts going on, and good questions like what the future looks like. So anyway, just wanting to get ideas from you guys, because I know that you have your tentacles out into the community. The other thing I just want to ask Jordan before you leave this, and again, I understand we give you an hour, but this is the way this normally goes. So I've also built in flexibility, so don't worry about it. Okay.
Right.
The question I had, Jordan, is with your ear in the ground, and I know that you're so good at grant finding and writing. We know that last year that CBT had offered up a grant towards farmers market, and I didn't know if there was any connection or any, if you knew that they were going to redo something like that, like they did last year.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not aware. I know right now they've got the food recovery grant, that CBT food recovery one, which I'm looking at applying for, which will, help boost the farmers market and of course, help with the food security ambassadors. So that's the only one I'm aware of at this point in time. But if you know of one, that'd be great.
I was just thinking, I think it was the West Kootenay Eco Society that ended up getting it last year. So I just didn't know if it was an ongoing one or if it was a one-time because of COVID that funding came available. Anyway, that's an offline conversation.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just touch, on the Nelson Parkade. So the new rates were implemented on January 1st, 2020. And the new bike cages are going to be installed on April. And the youth center staff have recently taken on the cleaning of the parkade itself. So every day before we open up for Weekday Warriors. They go up there together. There's never one on their own, and then they just do a clean sweep of the parkade. And if there's any issues, they'll inform me, and I will speak with Peter about correcting those. So one thing when I was on my way to work today, I was like, oh, I have to tell council this, but I had a long-term parker in there, and he said that he no longer required it because the rates went up and it was really high, and he is going to instead ride his bike every day to town. So I know with the active transportation that that was the goal of this, was to get more people, being active and utilizing the active transportation initiative, and it's working. So, and that's it for the presentation.
Jordan, I just want to back you up for a second on that.
Yep.
That grant that was received from CBT last year for 50,000 to the Eco Society, was that returned to CBT?
I have no idea. I'm not too sure what
it spent the money.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I do know that there was some area directors who didn't want this. They applied for for funding through them, which was going to go towards the farmers market, which we were taking over, but we never received those because it went to the Eco Society. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jordan. Any further questions from Jordan?
Just a couple of comments, if I could, as we're working on year end, and I know at the time we didn't know what would happen in we think back to March 13th for COVID, but we had budgeted 50,000 in revenues for the campground, and we ended up at $120,000 in revenue. We also ended up on the parkade numbers being $30,000 higher in revenue than what we had budgeted. So again, I tip my hat off to Jordan, and I also know that she had pushed for, and again, I have to admit I was questioning that this door that we put in off of the alleyway that goes into the parkade. And Jordan pushed for that, and I didn't think it would work, and she was right and I was wrong. Really fascinating to me that door has made an unbelievable difference to graffiti, garbage, partying, and I don't, again, Jordan, I think that's continued. I mean, I don't know, we thought maybe, cynical thought maybe it was because it was during the better months that didn't matter. I didn't know if this winter, now it's been a pretty mild winter, whether or not any of that's changed.
No, it's been very easily to maintain every day. It's about a 10-minute sweep through the parkade to clean it now, where it used to be anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour. So it has worked immensely. And the customers at first were apprehensive about it, but now they're like, oh, this has worked. And yeah, it's a little bit of an extra walk, but it was really worth it. And we were talking about the gate last year. So, and I think now the gate that swings up when drivers go in, how that might change with people like hanging out and loitering within the parkade, but the door has worked. Also, one thing to note is I know Peter had Martech come in and put in new LED lights, and those have also really changed the whole inside of the parkade. So that in itself with the door has seemed to really help with people, utilizing the parkade as their home. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Jordan,
Awesome.
Thanks very much. Keep up the good work.
Thanks. Yeah, I will. So can you guys still see my screen?
Sorry?
Yeah, you can? Okay.
Yep.
So you want me to go over the budget now for the Nelson Industry Center? So I have at the bottom, as you can see, I've got the youth center, youth staffing, parkade, campground, Nelson Farmers Market, and then deferral revenue into 2021 from unused grant funding that we received. So I just kind of wanted to break it down for you guys. So youth summer camp revenues, if we continue with being allowed to have youth programs running, especially out of school programming, so care for children during the summer months, our budget, what I would think we could see around an average of $30,000 in revenue. And Colin, this year I did something different because it was always just youth camps. But this year I broke it down from youth summer camps to spring break camps to pro D-Day camps, just because I wanted to give myself a visual on where it's at going forward. I don't know if that's something that you want to see.
As far as me, Jordan, that's again too. This is good. It's a bit maybe more detailed than council needs, but I know again you should be proud of all the work that you do. But whatever you need to be able to do your analytics, we'll help you out with.
So for next year, I assume that youth revenues will be at 115,774, and that's if we continue everything going forward as we are right now. Again, if we're seeing the COVID shutdown, then that'll change. And we'll go back to where we were last year. So I've got the youth salary and benefits, the exempt, right there for 73,554. And I have dispersed my revenue between the youth center and the parkade because I put 20% into the parkade. I just spend 20% of my time there. So that's where that's going to go. And then youth labor is 125,000. And then our expenses is 61. And then I've added all the 2% increases for the natural gas, the water, sewer, garbage.
Jordan, this is great detail, and I really appreciate it. One of the things it's jogging in my memory is, and back to your point earlier, Mayor, about recovery. But one of the groups most impacted is those youth, and I wonder if we could replicate or try and replicate that financial literacy program that happened with women, young women. I think 2, 3, 4 years ago.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, maybe we could think about, and Colin, I guess this is for your list for later, but maybe we could look at that program and see if we could put a pot of money to run it again, run it from the youth center, so people can go through and manage that little chunk of cash they were each given and learn financial literacy skills that we see on full display here, and
could we open it
benefit
to not just women, but
100%. Second time around, no gender bias.
Okay,
but I think it worked really well, and a couple grand would really fuel that program to run again. I'm sure. I'm not sure what skills resources came to bear. I'm not sure who ran it. I think Rose was involved.
Rose. It was Nelson at its best.
Okay, so we probably have all the pieces all the knowledge nearby to pull it together again.
Yeah.
If people think that's a good idea. But I would put it on the list if we may.
Assuming it's not run already by somebody else, right, Jordan? So of course you check on.
It's not run at this point.
Yeah, I think it ran once.
Yeah.
And to great success. It ran once and everyone's like, that's great. That's amazing. So let's do amazing again for the next crop.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll go on to youth center staffing. So I've broken this down by positions, and then of course, so there's the loaded salary for the manager, the program outreach worker, and the youth action network. But this is the grant funded program, so this is money coming in from the CBT, so that doesn't affect our costs. Casual youth support workers, this is floor staff at night, and then our cleaning and labor. And I kind of I've raised the wages just a little bit to reflect, possible union negotiations and minimum wage going up. So that reflects that.
And Jordan, just from my side, these are all great things for you and I to talk about. And
absolutely.
Again, if you want to kind of move on, if you've got some higher level things that you want to do, that's probably where you want to hit the spots. These are you're a bit more in the weeds here than you probably should.
Okay, so like the parkade and the campground and the farmers market?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want round 11 to go up 12%.
So the Nelson City Parkade budget, I have projected the revenue after our expenses to be at $150,000. This is with the new rates, and we've already deferred, I think, about $27,000 into 2021. Does anyone have any questions on that? Perfect.
No.
Okay. And then the Nelson City Campground. I projected that the campground revenue after the expenses would be 73,007, and of course, I'll looking into grants to offset the associated labor costs and materials. Farmers market. So this was the farmers market. So I took this from last year, and of course, with our grant fundings that I'm applying for, I've added those in. These aren't. So summer jobs and SIP haven't been confirmed. But the vendor fees and everything, I project that the revenue will be 52.2, and then after expenses, we will actually see a revenue of 31,000.
And this is great, Jordan. Again, a bit more detailed, and there's some components there, public works time that we don't see. But this is all again a bit more detailed than maybe we would like, but all good.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's the youth center budget, just as a number. Does anyone want to chat about it, or? No? Perfect.
We trust you, Jordan, and we're gonna look forward to working with you on you being successful and giving you the tools and the resources that you need. And like I said, I think it's been fantastic to watch what's exploded here as far as recovery and opportunity and what you've done. And so I look forward to seeing how this work helps the city of Nelson, takes the pressure off of taxation increases, and provides youth employment opportunities and mid managers as well. I know that with this work allows for some of that. I know you're in your position, but training up some of those people below you. So.
Absolutely, that is the goal for this year. We're just taking on a lot, and it would be nice to have that other support from the center. But yeah, awesome.
Jordan, I just want to say that when you ask any more questions there, like Colin was saying, it's not the silence that we're not engaged. It's just that it's amazing the work you've done, and you really managed this incredibly well. I think there's a lot of confidence there in your work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to this year. And obviously I'm going to work as hard as I do every year. So yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a great one, everyone.
Thanks, Jordan. Okay, if it's okay with everybody, we'll have a 15-minute recess. That sound fair?
To like 10:20 maybe?
10:20 sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
I should have a caveat. I don't provide tax advice.
That's a good disclaimer.
Okay.
Thank you, Colin.
Okay, everybody. I see Rick. I see Pamela. Excellent. See Cal there. Good. Okay, so we're ready to go. And the next item on the agenda is Development Services Budget Presentation. Pam, you're going to carry this ball, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think there's a one-pager that we were going to put up.
And we need a little more volume on your end if possible.
It's always the problem here for me.
Is it? Is your microphone far away from you or what?
No, I think it's pretty close.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's got to pretend you're yelling at Len.
Yeah.
Pam, can you put your headset on? Pam, can you put your headset on because the mic is right there then and it helps.
No, I'm having problems with my headset, so the volume, people can't hear me when I have the headset on at all.
Oh. Okay, well, we'll try and work with it the best we can. Okay.
Okay, good. And I'll try to speak as loud as I can.
Thanks.
Sarah, were we going to put up that one-pager?
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I got the one pager. Did everybody else got it?
Yeah.
Should be on.
No.
You don't have it? Pam?
I love one pagers.
It's not on the screen share, no. I do have a copy on my local workstation. I can see it, but there might be others who need it.
It's good for the public.
It's good for the public as well, yeah, so 100%.
So whoever's doing that.
John. That's John rattling.
So I missed that. So how are we gonna share that one pager, Sarah?
Okay, so Pam, you don't have it on your computer, or you do?
I do have it on my computer.
Okay. So for screen share, there should be a, you should be able to just, there at the very bottom ribbon on WebEx, it says share. Click that.
Oh, not getting it.
You're not, eh?
No.
Okay.
I'm really struggling to see this. Yeah.
Are you? Okay.
I'm just wondering if the girls can make me one with the big.
Pam, why don't you get going on it, and I will get someone to come and help us get it up on there on the screen. Oh, you've got it.
You got it. We can see your browser, so I want to put. Okay, do that again and select your document. Great. Yeah. There you go.
Is that good?
That's it.
Perfect.
Lovely.
Okay.
Okay, so just before we move on, do the rest of you have it on your iPad so you can enlarge that because the print is quite small?
Yeah, the public can see it. I can see it.
Is yours loaded, Cal?
Yep. I'm good.
Okay, everybody okay? Thank you. Okay, Pamela.
Right, sounds good. Okay, so today I thought that we could just spend a bit of time going over some key highlights from last year's work program, and then spend the majority of time just focusing on the projects that we have identified for this year and getting council's thoughts on those. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Great. Okay, so just to remind you again that things that we have to do on a daily basis are processing building permits, development permits, rezone applications, subdivisions, and sign and sandwich board applications. We also need to do short-term rental enforcement. And as well, we manage a number of committees, so the Parking and Traffic Committee, the Board of Variance Committee, and the Advisory Planning Commission. So just some of the key development projects from last year were 805 Nelson Avenue, which was 47 units of seniors affordable housing, 520 Fall Street, which was 39 units of workforce housing, and then 205 Hall Street, which was 38 units of affordable housing, group housing, as well as the offices for Nelson Cares. We also, although 514 Victoria Street has not started yet, we did process the development permit application as well as the building permit, and I've talked to them recently, and that should be going ahead fairly soon. When we look at building permit construction values, we were a little down from the year before. We were at just over 28 million versus 45 million the year before. But again, that was due to those 3 large projects that were processed in 2019. Other than that, we had similar number of subdivision applications and development permit applications. Quite a few more building permits. So 207 building permits last year versus 182 in 2019. 5 rezones, which is similar to 2019. Our short-term rental business licenses were down quite a bit to 63 from 80 the year before. And again, I'm assuming that was probably from COVID. Housing units were at 61 new units versus 195 in 2019. And again, that's because of those 3 large projects. So in terms of other projects that we worked on, we did some work on recovery planning in terms of community engagement, as well as providing the community with updates. We did a bit of work updating the sidewalk cafes policy, and that was mainly to allow outdoor cafes to have a bit more space. We worked on implementing the active transportation plan. We applied and received a grant for $420,000. And with that, we initiated phase 1 of the primary bike route, which is from the bridge to downtown. So that's 3rd Street and High Street. really that was mainly all 3rd Street, so we worked on bump outs and letdowns. We put in place some signposts for the bike route signage as well as new stop signs, which will go in the spring this year. We did stormwater, underground stormwater infrastructure, as well as putting in place a new sidewalk at Hume School. We also used part of that money to work with a local firm to develop secure bike storage in the parkade. So that design is all ready to go, and that will be underway this spring. We also worked with a local firm to design 22 new bike racks for the downtown, and again, we'll get that going this spring. We completed the laneway housing design competition, so we now have 3 designs that are available here in Development Services for $1,000 each. And we actually had someone buy one of the designs, and we've given him a building permit. Unfortunately, he decided not to go ahead because of COVID, but maybe that will get underway this year as well. We did a number of rezones this year. We finished rezoning Railtown, so that was basically adding more uses as well as updating the parking regulations. We rezoned the C2 zone, so that's the highway commercial. So that's along Nelson Avenue and Anderson, and that was about adding more residential to that zone. We rezoned the parcel that the City Hall sits on, and that was basically to accommodate the height of this existing building, as well as to allow us to lease out some of the office space here. 45 Government Road was rezoned for the Cannabis Collective, and 900 Lakeside Drive was rezoned back to the waterfront zoning. We've been working on Step Code 3, and Council has approved first 3 readings of that, and I think we'll be coming back, I think, either February or March. We explored innovative increased density options, report went to Council, and we will be going back to Council with a workshop to explore that in a bit more depth. We worked with the regional district on the regional housing needs assessment, so that was completed and submitted to the province. We worked on revitalization tax incentives in terms of incentivizing downtown facades, heritage, brownfield, and energy retrofits, and that bylaw should be coming to Council shortly. We did a number of bylaw amendments this year. We brought forward the Climate Action Plan to Council in December, and we've also participated in the West Kootenay 100% Renewable Energy Plan. And near and dear to my heart, working very hard on beating cancer.
Atta girl,
So that
Pam.
was 2020.
Hey!
Yes. Any questions on 2020 from anybody?
Okay, like Pam's so quiet. I had my speakers way up so I could hear her. And Jesse, you were just so loud. I'm sure a lot of watchers would have done the same thing.
I'm just so proud of you, Pam. It's
Any questions, Pamela, on that?
I did say any questions
Okay, I had
before we
one.
move on.
Any from council?
Yes.
I had a couple actually.
Yep.
One was the downtown facade. You talked about, we were looking at ways to incentivize that. I had 2 people approach me that actually have done their facades. Would that be grandfathered, say, because we did start talking about it last year, and I see Sarah shaking her head here. One of the people in particular took that to mean that we were going to have an incentive for doing their facade, and I won't say who it is at this point in time, but they're going to be potentially disappointed if they find out that that's not the case.
Yeah, I think there's pretty specific rules around that, and I don't think it would could be used for people who had already done the work, but we can definitely check into that.
That'd be great if you could do that, because I know for sure
Okay.
these 2 people thought they might qualify.
Okay.
The other one was, if I just want to ask you about great work on 3rd Street with the work that's been done there. I just want to ask you, like, the next step being that that's going to be a bike route, it just appears to me that the bump outs actually would drive a cyclist actually onto the sidewalk rather than use the corridor, because the corridor currently has the same speed limit as other streets in town, and like we want to get cyclists off the sidewalk is what we want to do, get them on the road and be part of the traffic, corridor. So I'm just wondering, is there a plan in place to be able to accommodate cyclists on the road?
So we are going to bring the whole active transportation implementation plan forward on the 26th of January. And so you'll have lots of opportunity to talk to Sebastian about everything related to that bike route.
Yeah, because I noticed in the next phase here, you talk about additional routes. So, it's really important, I think, for us to get this one right, because that's going to allow us to have success throughout the rest of the community. And I just noticed when I walked that site there, that it appears to me as though if you were cycling on it, you might need people that are driving to know that the speed limit is 20k or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of work still to be done there, and so the signage and the painting of the sharrows on the road, so that will all happen this spring.
Right. Okay. They did an exceptional job with all the letdowns and everything for wheelchair access and so on. It's very good.
Okay, then moving on, we also used, we talked about the bike storage in the parkade and then the new bike racks, Sweden Laneway. Where are we at here? City Hall. Yep, so we're done. Anything else for anybody there?
Hi, Pam. It's Jesse.
Hi.
Hi. With the where was that? Sorry, there's a lot on this list here. It's amazing how much has been done. Where was that? Oh, with the active transportation piece, is the second phase coming in 2021? I was just wondering, that's in the planning? Yes, there.
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Do you think that what's what I'm trying to say? Like when I dropped my son off at the Hume School, I must say, like it with all the new sidewalk add-ons and stuff, I have to say it's really wonderful, because it actually it slows the traffic down. Just in a comment to what John was saying, and I see there every day, it slows the traffic down. It makes people actually watch out quite a bit more, and it gives people, there's much more sidewalk to be on. So like when all the kids are lining up, John, to get across the road, that bump out actually adds this whole safety mechanism, because they're all on the sidewalk, not kind of falling off the sidewalk. So I just as a person who's there every day, I really feel like those are excellent, just for slowing everything down, keeping people out of the traffic. So I just wanted to say that I thought they were working out really well. And I really look forward to the continuation of this process. So thank you very much, Pam.
Okay, great. Can we move on to 2021, everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so key development projects for this year. We are anticipating that seniors assisted living facility will go ahead, although I have to say it's been quite quiet now for the last 2 or 3 months from them. But we are hopeful. As I was saying, 514 Victoria Street have said that they will be going ahead shortly. And then the William Henry Wellness and Health Center, so that's Ancron, have also said that they will be going ahead this year. Cannabis Collective down in Government Road, they have their foundation in, so my assumption is that they will go ahead with the building this year. Mount St. Francis redevelopment, we have talked to them recently, and they definitely want to get going this year. The Kootenay Lake Ferry is going ahead starting this spring. And then Granite Point, they have that potential buyer of the golf course who has said that, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're going to get going this year or not. I think they're just kind of doing their final negotiations to see if they're going to purchase it, and then we'll see what happens for that. So those are the key development projects that we see going ahead.
Can I ask one question about the golf course, Pam?
Sure.
Is that the entire golf course?
Yes, the entire golf course.
Wow. So does that mean the golf course, the potentiality of the golf course not being there and just having development happen there, or the golf course will remain?
My understanding is that the golf course will remain.
Okay. Thank you.
So the first item that we've got on the work plan is implementation of the active transportation plan. And again, like I said, Sebastian will be bringing that forward to you within a couple of weeks for a full discussion, but I just wanted to give you a heads up in terms of what's on that. So we'll continue on the primary bike route, finish 3rd Street this spring, and then start on High Street. We thought we would start looking at that pilot project for 30-kilometer speed on some of the roads. I'm not sure if it's all, but potentially on some of them. So that's one of the projects that comes out of the climate change plan. And then we'll continue on. So with phase 2 of the bike route, which will take you from downtown up to Selkirk College campus in Rosemont. And so that will include the Vancouver Street stairs, the Rosemont Tunnel enhancement. So that's kind of to spruce up the tunnel as well as to improve that pathway from the tunnel down to the Rod and Gun Club. And then we thought we would look at View Street and seeing if we can make that a bit more pedestrian friendly. And then we thought we would restart discussions with CPR for potential pedestrian crossings. As well, thought we would look at the existing snow removal policy and just ensure that key pedestrian routes are the priority in that policy, as well as doing a bit more planning for key pedestrian and bike routes in terms of improving them, maybe look at lighting, benches, and a few other things there to make them a bit better. So that's the active transportation plan.
Pam,
Mm-hmm.
do we have our eye on that stairway off of Josephine between the Salvation Army, especially with the potential for 611 going in and work on the youth center going in of fixing that connection from the sidewalk in front of the youth center to the top of the Sally Ann, and maybe more specifically around amenity features for pedestrians inside that enclave or that pocket, because I know there's just quite a lot of activity that goes on there, but it's also a place that people avoid. And it's got a poor connection down from that elevation to the front of the youth center. There's a few spots there that are just, I just think if we end up with a bunch of design stuff going on and sidewalks going in, we should think about how we reconnect that strongly so people are moving there a lot and not avoiding it.
Because there is no sidewalk once you get to the bottom of the stairs.
As well to see if that is on his list.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then the next project is implement our climate change plan, Nelson Next. So we went through the plan and we identified all the projects that would seem to fall under development services. And these are the ones that we thought we could explore this year. So develop a low carbon mobility strategy, helping the community transition to more active transportation modes. Expand the electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So that would entail looking to find other locations where we could put this infrastructure, and then looking to see what grants are out there that we could apply for. Helping to incentivize electric vehicles by potentially providing some limited time free parking in the downtown. Looking at developing an anti-idling bylaw. We've applied to Fortis for a grant so that we could provide mid-construction blower door tests for free for all new homes. And that was basically so that we could detect air leakage before we get to the drywall stage. And so Fortis has agreed to that. So that's great. We'd like to do some embodied carbon research. So we have hired a consultant to look at between 4 and 6 houses to look at the embodied carbon. So that's basically looking at the materials that were used and determining what the embodied carbon was in those materials. We were successful in having BCIT assign us a student project. So they're starting here very shortly on a 6-month student project. And so they're going to be looking around at a bunch of municipalities in BC that have an embodied carbon incentive program. And they're going to develop an incentive-based embodied carbon program just specifically for Nelson. So that's interesting. And we're going to apply to Fortis for a grant to do research that links embodied carbon to energy efficiency. We will be exploring step code 4, as well as coming back to council with an implementation plan for Nelson Next. So that's our implementation of Nelson Next for this year. In terms of Railtown, we will be bringing forward to council very soon a development strategy for all of the city-owned sites, and so that includes the site in Cottonwood Market that we were previously discussing. We have received a grant to, we've applied for a grant to improve the pedestrian pathway from Baker Street. That's at the 4-way stop down to Cottonwood Market, as well as in formalize the Rod and Gun Club parking lots, really just to organize the parking there a bit better. And that same grant was also to update the Welcome to Nelson signs and wayfinding signage. So we've talked to the province just recently, and they've pretty much said we're going to get the grant, but that potentially not all of it.
Hey, Pam.
Yes.
I wanted here to have a note to kind of tie a line between the unresourced number 9 project and this item. Just make sure we're always really looking at those opportunities to do restoration habitat along that creek. You know, if we've got the Cottonwood Creek connection to Cottonwood, or the, you know, like that's, we've got those spots around Nelson Ford, we've got that whole area that I think wherever we can take sections and improve it, you know, maybe future sections will come in later, but I think we need to have an understanding of what ecologically that ecosystem is actually wanting to get to, what the state would be. And I don't know if we really have that. A clear idea, yeah.
No, the Rod and Gun Club was doing a bunch of work on that, but they just seemed to give it up because they couldn't move forward with CP. The CP wasn't going to give them access to the creek, and so they just kind of,
even just from the walkway perspectives from Baker Street into Cottonwood, like there's so much pedestrian value of being able to do something along the creek, with the creek put into a better state. Like even that alone has value, and if it supports something 50 years down the road at CP, you know, let's make sure we know what the creek needs, so we're putting it closer to that. Anyway, you've heard me talk about that before, so.
It's Kevin here. Is Ellen Thompson still around? Because they have done quite a bit of work.
Yeah, that was all done, Kevin.
Yeah.
Eileen Perks and myself were on that committee, and all that
Right.
work was done for the creek all the way from the falls right to the lake shore. So
Mhm.
that is sitting around someplace. So.
Yeah, we'll have it somewhere, but maybe reach out to Alan as well if he's still around.
Well, and I think some of those are proposals, so I don't know if Departments of Fisheries has been brought in, or all the right skill sets or the right reports have been rung. I don't know. They could be, but from what I've seen, I think we have some proposals. I just wonder how grounded in science it's been and how much professional work has been put onto it.
yeah, good question. Okay, moving on. We need to update our DP Area 3 natural environment design guidelines with the work that SNC Lavalin did on that flooding report a few years ago, as well as we need to reference the Kootenay Lake Partnership document. So they came out with a shoreline guidance document. They basically looked at archaeological, ecological, and Tanaha cultural values, developed the shoreline guidance document, and so we need to reference our bylaws so that when we review development, we make sure that we review it with those guidelines in place. The phase 1 vacant land analysis. So that's been partially done. I think it just needs a bit more rigor in terms of the sites that are there, that we've identified there, and the cost to service those and get them ready for sale. So that was something that we've been wanting to do for some time now. So I put it back on the list, and hopefully we can get to it this year. The parking strategy, downtown parking strategy, should be coming to you in February. So hopefully we can get that adopted and then start implementing it. The youth center needs to be rezoned from institutional to a zone that would allow for the youth center housing that we've been talking about. Review the Heritage Master Plan. So CDC last year applied and received a grant. So they hired a consultant and developed this Heritage Master Plan, which we just received a couple of days ago. And so we need to spend some time reviewing that. And then I put on the work program for next year, potentially updating our policies and our bylaws. And then finally, I'm not sure how council feels about this, but I think we might need to look at waiving sidewalk patio fees. That's something that we can discuss. So those are the projects that we've identified for this year. So it will be good to hear council's thoughts on those projects and potentially if there's any other projects that you'd like to add.
Does anybody else have? I'm sorry, it's a bit hard to. Okay. Thank you, Pam. That's an amazing list you have there.
It's
lots of exciting, cool things going on there for our town. So I was wondering, with the Railtown Snap implementation, so I guess what I'm trying to get at is we just worked through the Nelson Next, getting that officially recognized, and I'm wondering about, as we move forward, having Nelson Next as a foundational document. Do policy plans like the development of Railtown, is that going to be driven through Nelson Next, like you do with the Path to 2040 or the other kind of sustainability documents?
No, so that Railtown plan still stands on its own. So we didn't incorporate any of the action items out of that plan into Nelson Next.
Right. So is that something, because I know, we get our agenda package, you guys are drive through these decision matrices through what we've had in terms of environmental sustainability issues. Do you see Nelson Next kind of becoming similar to that at some point?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand you, Jesse.
Jesse, if I might, it's a little, there's going to be items within Nelson Next that get identified, like embedded carbon policies or a materials list that we want to support across the city. So policy pieces would get identified as having heavy impact and maybe being effective as far as resources put in, and might get implemented across the city. And then the master plan from Railtown would be impacted when it comes down to those two things coming together. But I don't think we would stack them. They're not going to run through each other. If that helps explain. I think I understand your question.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it as a document to reference, okay, we're going to have this development here. How can we, make it as sustainable as possible? And using the Nelson Next data to support that.
Yeah, I think we all need to think about, Nelson Next is brand new, so we all need to think about how we're going to actually implement it. And so I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate that. I know that it's something that we all need to continue to be aware of, all of the action items that come out of Nelson Next. But Nelson Next is really a specific set of actions that have come out of there. And so those will be in addition to those actions that are in the Railtown plan. So they haven't been combined at all. And so we'll just need to keep them both aware of the objectives of both of those plans.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pam, and just amazing work. Thank you very much. And it's lovely to see you at your desk there again.
Thanks, Jesse.
Just on that note, you were using most of that lens anyway on development up until now. So so we had in the in the path to 2040, we had a three-legged stool there that was part of a lens that planning used as they approved or disapproved of certain developments or worked with developers. And the Nelson Next plan adds a bit of a layer to that, but it doesn't it's not significant enough at this point in time to give you direction on, what the lens should look like going forward. So we have to work our way through that in the next coming months.
Thank you, John, and thank you for the clarification.
So are there any projects that we haven't put on this list that you wanted to see?
I think I know the answer, but I think it's also an important one is that that community garden that we had presented and over in front of Lakeview Village, right? Where is that on the pieces as we get into these warmer months?
I'm not sure.
It's
I'm
not.
familiar with that.
They
Are you
withdrew.
talking about the greenhouse?
Didn't they withdraw?
If I could, Mayor, there's a few things going on there. One is that the seeds, we were able to get them the drawing so that they know, or because they're part of the property needs some water and some connections, and so that drawing was completed late fall. I think later than the group had hoped to be able to move forward on, but my understanding is that by spring here we should be able to have the seeds component. Now again, they were also, I think, having a few more steps. The other group that is escaping me right now, but I know that Rick or Councillor Lautenberg will tell me because he'll know who what the group is. So I would suspect that we would have something coming, or some. We know seeds get in place, and then how do we work with the other group that want to use the other community garden? So that would be something that likely we will have an update for you in the next couple months.
Okay, thanks.
Pamela, so
I know it's such a good list.
on the 2021 list that you have here, there's a fair bit of conversation would probably need to be had about some of these items, in particular the one around embodied carbon, which is an important subject to talk about. But when I read the list down here, some of these items could have the potential to drive up costs. And I think it's something, we need to be cognizant of. I like the one that I really think is I really like here is that blower test on homes prior to the walls being sealed up with drywall or some other material. That's a great time to do that, and that's a simple thing that can have real lasting impact. But when we get into this embodied carbon, that's quite a big conversation, and we need to really understand what the ramifications could potentially be to a community like ours, and particularly a rural community like ours, where, as an example, we wouldn't have the volumes of concrete distributed around our region or in our community that would allow a company to upgrade their facility to the same standard as they could potentially do in Vancouver, where they'd have millions of meters of concrete being sold, and they could absorb those costs into that particular industrial site.
Sorry, John, are you saying that transport of the concrete is going to have an impact on the embedded carbon?
Just concrete itself is very high in carbon.
Yeah, concrete itself is very high.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking I'm just adding a word of caution about driving up costs to people that are building their homes. Maybe somebody in a bigger center is better off to be reducing that carbon on that end than we are, if you understand what I'm saying. I don't know, but I think we need to be very thoughtful around that. And because I see you're talking about incentives now for secondary suites, and I just put a suite at my own house, and I was absolutely staggered at the end what it actually cost to actually do that work. So, there's a lot of moving parts here that we have to be careful. We have to be able to allow people to get into the market. And I'm not suggesting for a moment we mitigate our responsibility to doing the right thing, but we have to it has to be affordable to live in our community. And many of these items on that list could drive up affordability, especially when we're not having those initiatives happen around us. That would move people to other.
We also don't want to disproportionately assign the cost of getting into the housing market to just the building and construction cost alone, because there's a lot of other things going on in the property market that impact that final figure that a new home buyer or a first home buyer is going to spend. That isn't the embedded carbon of the concrete on the initial build. I think what's most important on what I understand this one to be is to really understand in these half a dozen homes what the profile even looks like and what a proportional response needs to be, because we have no sense if it needs to be 10 or 100 times what it is now if we don't have a good sense of what is impacting it, because some small changes within that incentive structure for different materials could make a huge impact. But we do really need to look at it and say, what is it, right? And I like that we're tying it up to the BCIT, or at least there's parallel work going on that can inform us and help take that academic load off of our own departments.
Yeah,
if I understand what the programs are going to be.
I agree totally with what you're saying. I'm just suggesting at the end, one of the lenses we need to put on it is affordability and cost to potential, So anyway, thanks, Pamela. If we can move to the next
question. Pam, I just have a question here, and it's along the lines of maybe leaping off of what the mayor is saying, because one of the best advices I ever got is that you can't really, a lot of places, you can't save your way out of a deficit problem. You have to figure out how to earn income and build economy and create opportunity. And within that Nelson Next lens, how are we activating some of those more business opportunities? Is there an opportunity to be partnering with NADP or looking at some of those economic pieces, those opportunities that might be in the market being created as we respond to climate change? Like, we have a very real cost from just last week that is, I think, becoming more and more frequent, and you can tie to climate change. Like, we're paying the cost either way. So how can we activate pieces of this plan in other parts of the community, especially along those economic lenses and those innovation lenses that are maybe not best kept with the city?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we need to really look at that kind of thing. And I think, Kate is working on that right now, and we'll be coming to council really shortly with a plan that kind of identifies some specific steps towards that.
Okay. I hear it's on the radar.
So just so we're clear here, Pamela, this list that you have on this page, these are all things that we'll have to filter through as a council to give you some direction on moving one way or the other on them, right?
Well, so a lot of this stuff we're already working on, right? So 3rd Street, High Street, that's already been discussed. So any for instance, the implement the railtown slap, so the development strategy for city-owned sites, that will definitely come to council to get some direction from you on that for sure.
So as an example, what I was looking at here is limited time free parking for electric vehicles. I mean, I don't recall us given direction to actually do that. Maybe we did. Did we do that?
So it's just one of the action items in Nelson Next.
Right.
And
and that's where I'm going here, because there's many things on this list that potentially should be filtered through council. So as an example, when I look at that one as an example, if I could afford to buy an electric car, I could afford to put $1 in the meter. If we're going to give relief to somebody parking a car, we should be giving it to the guy that's driving a $2,000 beater, because he's the one that probably needs the relief.
So remember now, these were all ideas. These were all ideas.
Yeah, except Colin. Yeah. So
these were all ideas that came out of Nelson Next, and so they were in there, and really what they are is just ideas. And so now we actually need to look at them seriously and really start to explore them. And sometimes they just won't make sense, and so then we won't do it. And other times, if they do make sense, then we'll bring that forward to council, and you can have your say on that for sure.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to get a bit of clarity on this, because there's things in here that are worked upon that you've got direction on.
Mm-hmm.
But within that list, there's a bunch of things that we probably need a further conversation on.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But that's why we passed Nelson Next specifically. We've given that first kind of like, this policy document stands. These are the areas of focus. I fully expect in the next couple of months we would receive the highest candidates as looked at by staff. I wouldn't want to stroke anything off the list too soon before staff has been able to evaluate what they think makes the most sense.
Yeah, I
And then
couldn't agree more. I just wanted to get some clarity that there is
Sure.
no direction on many of the things on this list.
And my understanding is that in March we'll have that action plan. Pam, that's right?
The implementation.
Implementation plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's Kevin. Yeah, we still have to put some more meat on the bones on some of these, and obviously we want the ones that are most cost effective, opportunity for grants, and make the biggest difference. So we're just at the idea stage right now.
I think Nelson Next, the idea behind it all is trying to, curve us through a long series of actions towards a more carbon-free future. So I think, John, like the trying to incentivize the ownership of an electric car in a small way, it's just one little tool that we have to try to, for somebody when they're going to buy that car, maybe they say, well, I get some free parking, I get a rebate, I get this and I get that if I buy that electric car, and they make that decision. So I think that's where we can just help people try to make those greener decisions through the Nelson Next program.
Thank you. Okay, Pam, you're off and running next.
So that's it for me. I don't, I put a few things on 2022, but that's always up in the air depending on what happens this year. So I'm happy to leave it where it's at. Unless, of course, there's anything else that council would like to add.
There is one other thing for Pamela and to everybody else here. You had the explore the affordable housing opportunities from their affordable housing report in 2018. And now we had a presentation to our committee of the whole about the regional housing. And I'm just wondering, I think, Keith, are you on the housing committee? Yeah, so I'm just wondering, when are we going to have a conversation now that RDKB has completed their report and potentially bringing those groups together to see how we could potentially look at a housing strategy? I've had these conversations with the mayors of Trail, Castlegar, and there is interest in looking at a regional strategy.
My position on that at the moment is we do have an upcoming housing meeting. Council has passed resolutions to have a workshop to include the library and ideally people from the housing committee as well. And a document has been circulated that has been passed by the housing committee and circulated to council before the October strategic planning that lays out a number of recommendations, including an approved and offered mandate for 2021 that is along the lines of what you're talking about, John. So all those pieces are there if we wanted to sit down as council during one of those workshops and make it a decision. It's just a matter of having that conversation that council's already asked to have. So maybe that's a bit more planning or coordinating after we get through budgets, or I'm not sure. But those are where pieces have landed, and maybe I should recirculate that recommendation that came off the committee in October.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, I will do that. But maybe I'll just do one last thing. Is I see an overlap for a year or two at least to see how we build up the RDCK capacity and where we look to see how we can both support each other. Like, I don't think you want to cut. I don't think you want to stop doing one thing to do another thing. I think you want to work together, at least initially.
And so just as as Pam has finished here, I just want to be clear, like, you have seen these plans before, and what you'll notice at the very bottom, it's somewhat hidden, and that's not on purpose or anything. But it says the unresourced projects. Now, I know some of you will, have to take a look at those but where Pam is building into her capacity, remembering because there's still the ongoing work, as she mentioned at the beginning, of needing to deal with the development permits, all the other things that will be happening. And it's not like we've got some sort of real lull happening in 2021. But again, just wanting council to be clear that there is a list down below of projects that we try to keep track of that are unresourced. And if something is wanting to be moved by that into a plan in 2021, you would certainly have to be thinking about what needs to come off the list. It's not like, and can you do this? Definitely an effort has been spent by Pam to go through the list and feel this is what I can get done. And again, it will be a busy, busy time. But just wanting to reiterate, if you're wanting to think about something as an under-resourced project moving forward or up the chain, something else has to come off the list.
I hear that well, Colin. The one thing that pops in there is her number one, and I've heard it from her the last 2 years, and it resonates with me, is that monitoring and implementation plan for key policy documents. And I don't know what we would take off of there, but I see a few things I would put below that implementation piece, because I think it's so critical and key. But
Yeah,
I don't know if there's any thoughts on work that could be moved so that could take more precedence.
I would leave it to Pam to answer, but the one thing that I guess I keep thinking, and could be wrong, but in my short time here, have seen the ebbs and flows. And right now we've got a pretty big flow of ongoing projects, construction, people turning in, our homes, and I don't disagree with you, Councillor Page, but sometimes that's where we find on the ebb side, it's like, oh, we've just finished, putting in 250 units and we've got a bit of a slowing piece. Hey, we know that's where we've sort of built up this reserve and we want to keep staff working, even though maybe the income's not coming in from development. And unfortunately, that might be the time that we will need that breather again to tackle those policies. However, I do appreciate you would say, well, actually, some of these policies being worked on would actually make work easier or would help us in this busy time. So again, appreciate that, but I think sometimes the policy work gets pushed to a time when it's quieter, and I don't necessarily see that that's something that's certainly not in the near future. So
no, fair enough, fair comment.
I just want to say that I think we've actually been doing pretty good at this. So we've already looked at the AT plan and we're moving forward with that. So that one's been updated. So that's good. The Path to 2040 sustainability strategy, as well as the community action plan, those have kind of been integrated into Nelson Next. So we've looked at all the actions in those two plans and have included what we think are the relevant ones into Nelson Next. So I'm happy where that one's at. And we've also looked at the affordable housing strategy. So it's not like we haven't been doing anything. So I'm happy where we're at, but I think one of the next ones that we really need to think about is the official community plan.
OCP, yeah. And that needs to be up for review here pretty soon, isn't it? Maybe passed. Is it up for review now, the OCP? Because it has to be done every 5 years, I believe.
Yeah, it's been longer than 5 years.
Yeah,
so,
I thought so, yeah.
Yeah. Which is not unusual. I mean, you look at any municipality and all of those policy documents say they need to be renewed in 5 years, and there's just no way with the resources that municipalities have that can actually take place. So I just think, we've been talking about that one, and I think, over the next couple of years, we will need to get serious about when we're going to actually update that one.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because it certainly sounds like, although it's down under resource projects, it's a category unto itself, and things are going through it, and that's work as long as we're moving through it. Okay, thank you for that.
Anything else, Pamela?
No, that's it for me.
That's it for you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Thanks, Council.
okay, so Mayor, Chief McCharles is supposed to come and join us, and so I was just trying to get in touch with him, and so I don't know if we want to take 5 minutes or so. I just so I can ensure that he's here.
Great. Could we have a 5?
Yeah, absolutely.
It just takes about 40 seconds to swap over.
And I think at any time I can, it seemed to go south as soon as I shared my documents. So maybe if I can take that off if it's a preference.
I believe we're going to need to see your screen.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, we'll stick with that then. So right now, once we're rolling, I'll just take these photos off and move to the presentation itself.
Okay. So we are live now, and it looks like everybody is back that I can see.
Okay, well, someone just tell me when to start rolling.
Ready to go? Chief Charles, are you ready to go?
You got, yep, okay. So I just threw these photos together the other day just as a quick recap of 2020, because I think sometimes we forget some of the things that responses that took place. And we know we had a couple of weeks here, we had a number of fires that were pretty substantial. So I just wanted to throw these ones together. And I'll just talk about, actually, believe it or not, the bottom right one there that talks about, you see that little bag that's on fire. That bag was inside this building or just to the adjacent to it that had been smoldering. And someone called because they had a smell. We could see no smoke, but this is actually rags that were, linens that were used in massage. And the oil in there had actually spontaneously combusted. And so this does happen. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. So we'll be going on a bit of a campaign here over the next month or 6 weeks with all the local massage and therapists and physiotherapists and chiropractors. Because had this been left for another hour, because it got more fresh air when it got outside, but another hour inside, it probably would have ignited. And this was on December 30th, so there was nobody in the building. So I'm just going to move on then to our presentation. Are you seeing that okay? Is it?
Yeah. Yep.
Is it too large? Should I make it smaller?
There you go. That's perfect. Oh, no, make it a little bigger if you want.
Okay, I can scroll down after. Does that work?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Good, Lynn.
Thank you. Again, this is just meant to be at a glance, some of the highlights. We did this, if you can recall, back in 2019. But I thought we'd keep a very similar format. Most of those calls on the left there, not all of them, but most of them were on the photos I just showed you. Just going through this again quickly so we can move into the going forward pieces, is that our call volume was down a bit this year, largely due to COVID as it relates to medical calls. There was a point in time there when the province had fired not attend anything but the absolute most urgent medical calls to limit the potential exposure to firefighters. So that's why you got those numbers down a little bit. Our door-to-door smoke alarm campaign that we've been doing annually, we actually had to not go out and knock on doors. And in our community, we've just picked different parts of our community in the past where we've gone out and just sort of launched 100, 150 homes where we'll knock on the door, say, Nelson Fire Rescue here. We've got these smoke alarms that we're prepared to put in your home if you don't have anything. And if you do, we'd be happy to come in and test them for you. Really good rapport. And I'm convinced that this program has made a difference in the safety of a number of people. But so we weren't able to knock on doors and go in people's homes this year. But if someone did call us up, we would go and using COVID protocols and actually go in and test their alarm or install one. And so we did 20 of those this year.
Len, can I ask a question?
You bet.
Just at the top there, just sort of interested in the 104 hazardous materials call. Could you educate us on like what that might entail?
That would range from, that's a good question. That would range from anything from, and most of it is leaking fuel from vehicles. That would range from, someone seeing, a few tablespoons that spread out over a wet road, how that sheen can happen, to something like we had yesterday where there's gallons and gallons of it that pour out in the street. And our job is to do our best to keep it out of the stormwater systems and to pick it up. So that would be the majority of it. I'm sorry I haven't gone through that in great detail. That probably includes potentially some needle pickups, because we've done a lot of that this year, as you can imagine. It's I don't have any further breakdown on that in terms of actual specific hazardous materials, full-on response where we're using hazmat suits and so forth. There hasn't been losing track of. There hasn't been any full-on of that this year. 2019 we had a couple related to ammonia, but nothing related to that this year.
Great. Thanks, Len. Or Chief.
The distance community outreach, naturally with COVID, it had a pretty big impact on our ability to connect with our community. So things like fire smart awareness for sure, other types of emotional things we would do. I talk about that more on the next page, but a little bit about we actually like to have a pretty strong presence in our community, and we're limited to sort of newsprint and social media type this year, but we still did it and still did what we could. Besides the smoke alarm, we did 20 fire smart assessments for people who called up, and because we'd still advertise it that we would come and do it, and so we would, but we just didn't do our door-to-door campaign of talking to individuals around fire smart assessments, but we still did 20 of those, which is down significantly. We usually do well over 100. Now, as part of the fuel mitigation program, you will recall that we talked about not only doing what we could to work with the RD and BC Parks around the city, we had identified there was a number of parcels within the city that were something we could make a difference at. And again, I'll just talk for a second on here. I feel that our greatest risk from wildfire is related to ember showers, not necessarily that fire impinging on the edge of town. It may. Those embers can travel up to 2 kilometers. They drop like a rain shower, and they will ignite dry grasses, which will then ignite other bushes or I would say lumber piles or piled wood or furniture on decks, that sort of thing. And once those are going, then structures are at risk. So one of our greatest things is to look at how we can avoid spreading fire through the city from ember showers. And this was one of the important ways that we had identified. Going along here, we noted in our system 128 public works after hours calls. We get other ones as well, but these are the ones where we would contact somebody from public works to assist with the issue, or at least be aware of it so they could determine how best to handle it. And 60 of our calls were in Area E.
Len?
To the left there, sorry, just so you know, my screen, I'm not hardly seeing anybody, so I seen Cal there, but that was it. Go ahead, Cal.
Thank you. The Area E, I'm assuming that's Weimar Road to Blewett?
Yeah, that's correct. We will go for motor vehicle collisions or medical issues, or for that matter, fire issues up just past give out, but we'll go to motor vehicle collisions as far as the Whitewater turnoff.
Okay,
And then we going towards the tag, and we'll go to the tag and bridge and back along Granite Road essentially.
okay, thank you.
And nothing along the North Shore other than what's in the city. Grant funding, the 102,000 represents two separate grants. One to help us with fuel reduction as part of the 18 treatment units. I'll talk about just a bit more in the next page, and some training and some auxiliary personal protective equipment. And then we also got some funding that was intended to help us with a video production that we haven't been able to get off the ground yet. And our Rails to Trails, this, if you can recall, what I wanted to do was back in the spring, this past spring, and now this coming spring, I wanted to get a group of volunteers to go out and actually clean up ground fuels adjacent to the trail for about 5 to 10 meters, depending on the nature of it. We will not be able to do that again this spring, so that'll be deferred until 2023, if the grant providers will allow that. Our commercial fire inspections were definitely impacted by COVID. We actually stopped doing those for a number of months until, quite frankly, I think everyone got a better sense of what COVID was and how we could still operate within reason with safety protocols, as well as we waited for the Office of the Fire Commissioner and BC fire chiefs to say, okay, let's go ahead and start these back up. So it was a very slow start. Adding to that, we've been going through a change with our software program that, again, I'll talk about briefly. Again, social awareness, we've been doing our part, social media campaign, public awareness, we've been doing our part as much as we can to inform the public about things. I got down the new roles and promotions. We had an assistant chief leave our department here about, I guess it'd be 6 weeks ago now. We have since then promoted someone into the assistant chief position, and they'll be working, they're assistant chief and training officer. It's a combined role, and they'll be working straight days going forward. And with that, we got a promotion for shift captains and hiring a new junior firefighter on the bottom end. Going forward, this is actually the same strategic goal document I provided in November of 2019. I just wanted to update it, and at the bottom I got a couple of additions. But I'll talk fairly quickly about this. Community wildfire protection plan that is in place. It's ongoing. We have been doing a number of pieces related to that, including the mitigating of the parcels that I just spoke about earlier. There was recommended community wildfire protection plan, known as the CWPP. Those are no longer being done in that method. There's a new program in place that the BC government is requiring. And with that, we'll be providing funding to have that done. So probably now, not till 2022, we would investigate that for later this year. We would look at having a contractor come in and help an assessment of sort of the risks and what's been done and what we should continue or additionally do. The last point under wildfire mitigation is, I think one thing that is taking place that we've been working on for a few years now is the collaboration with West Arm Park, BC Parks, and RD on a number of things, but in particular, our 5 mile intake and the pipeline. Initially, it was just being looked at as protecting the intake, and I thought there are a few places where our pipeline is exposed, and whether it's a falling tree or the impacts of a ground fire, I wanted us to do the best we could to protect that. So West Arm Park is taking the lead on this, and I'm very excited about what they do, because they've done a really good job. In fact, they were the lead. If you can recall, back in the fall, there was the big smoke plume that was just to the east of town here, essentially northeast of town, that was there for about 2 weeks, and they were doing ground fire prescribed burns, and that went very well. So they work closely with BC Wildfire, and it was a good product. The Fire Smart and public outreach, I did talk about the limited opportunities for us to do this, both last year and this coming year. We will continue to do what we can. We're not giving up on it all. It's nice to be able to speak to people face to face or knock on doors, but we will continue to use the methods that are acceptable for promoting Fire Smart. Our strategic planning, is there someone who, okay, I'll carry on. I can't see, so just yell out if you want me to answer something else. Our strategic planning, our training plan, we struggled to meet our training requirements for 2020. That was largely due to COVID. Weren't able to get together, and if you can recall again, those first 3-4 months of the COVID, it was, there was really not much of I guess, acceptability on any front. We know that during the summer and once we could be outside, we did do some work. We are looking at what we can do now, but again, with cases rising, well, with the provincial health order that has come out regarding being together, and with the increase in cases throughout the interior, I don't see this improving anytime soon, but we are continuing to do our best in providing the training. If there's any questions on any of those fronts, I'll just move on from the training plan. Emergency medical responder program, just again to recap that, it was my advice that we move from first responder medical response to the emergency medical responder level. It's a next higher level for a medical responder. Almost half of our calls are medical response to members of our community, and I believe firmly that this is something that just helps us to provide a better service to members of our community. So but that's going to be deferred now to 2022 or possibly 2023, because there's a little bit of funding requirement that's going to go with it, plus enhanced training. I tend to think that we're going to be doing a lot of catch up in 2022. Moving on to the health and wellness programs, I'm both looking at there's a requirement by WorkSafe and the fire service industry to provide first responders with training for critical incident stress management, for debriefing processes, to reduce the likelihood of PTSD. That is a disorder that can really have an impact during your career and well after your career. So there's lots of expectations that first responders will step up their mental health and wellness program, as well as the medical program, looking at just helping to take it to the next step for firefighters who have, it's known and shown to be greater risk for some diseases related to our work. And so it's about helping to take that to the next level, which will include everything from educating doctors to maybe having a local doctor take it just to the next step for these firefighters for some screening. Our fire prevention, as I mentioned, we've got a new software that we've adopted. It's now in place. We did not meet our goal for 2020 for inspections. My goal and my direction to my staff is to really figure out the software and that we can resume our inspections and meet the expectations for our commercial inspections for 2021. I already mentioned the oil on the rigs and the spontaneous combustion. As I mentioned, it doesn't happen often, but under the sort of the perfect circumstances, it can. It's no different than stain and linseed oil. Most of us have seen how those can burn, cause a fire. This is very, very similar, so we'll be promoting that throughout the next month or two. I got the fire services capital plan. This is the first part is about order and putting a replacement engine into service. We were going to do that back in 2019. This has been deferred for a couple reasons, which is fine because we had the buffer built into the timing for replacement. So that's fine. We have we updated our 5 and 10 year apparatus replacement plan. I have a fresh copy in front of me here that Colin McClure and I and myself and our new assistant chief have been talking about. We got pen to paper and we'll be meeting here next as soon as Colin's available. It's a busy time for him, but to go over that in more detail. So, and I got the future fire hall location down there. I had hoped to look at getting a consultant to come in and help us figure out what that might look like, where, how, and when, sort of thing. But we may have to defer that again till later this year, or possibly 2022. And not listed on there because we had a bit of a hectic week here. One of the things that should be on there that just didn't get on was something I've called projects. And the first one that I list is the Fire Underwriters Survey are going to do a reassessment of Nelson and the Nelson Fire Department. This involves everything from our inspection programs to the apparatus we have, to the training we have, to the water supply, and all the maintenance of that, the equipment that's their maintenance, the apparatus. So that'll all come in impact. We had a very good conversation with FUS a few weeks back, and Colin McClure was part of that. So that worked out well, and they seem really in a position to work well with municipalities. So I'm optimistic that this will all move forward well. I've also got,
if I could, Chief, just so that council's aware of Chief McCharles contacting them and questioning, because we knew the fire department under Chief McCharles had done all of the paperwork and gone to the fire underwriter service to extend 5 years on our large ladder truck. Now I think are all aware of how expensive and how, it's a key piece of equipment, but how expensive it is. And with the meticulous maintenance of it by both our garage and fleet, but also by the fire department, it's always one of those disappointing things where someone says after 20 years, this doesn't have the value anymore that we can back it up. And so we got a 5-year extension, and with knowing that was coming up for a future, the chief had said, like, we need to reach back out to fire underwriters, and that's where we got, even right now, another verbal 5-year extension on that vehicle. So again, when you think about after 20 years it was supposed to be replaced, and right now it would appear that it would be pushed out to 30 years, you can imagine the value that it has for the expense of that type of equipment to get an extra 10 years or 50% of its life extension. So my hat's off to Jimmy Charles for getting that underway, and also talked about the other equipment that we have, because we do maintain it well. I'm sure you saw driving around, you wouldn't think, oh, that's a 20 some odd year old piece of equipment. That's how well it's maintained. But they also are providing some flexibility, which I think, as a chief would say, is for a few reasons. One is, I think maybe their previous TAC was a bit more unreasonable, and maybe got called on that. And again, just some of the information that maybe they were holding our cards close to the chest. It was quite interesting because they talked quite a bit about the Winnipeg Fire Department and how it's been 10 years that they've been working with them on making the changes, and have kept their fire rating or their insurance rating at that level, even though over 10 years they're working. So as long as they see that they're working with people, they're happy, or not happy, but they're willing to leave the insurance rating. Now, again, of course, that's one of those things that council always needs to know, because I know that there can be pressure or comments, especially in times of tax increases or economic challenging, where it's like, well, why do we need a full paid fire department? Well, number one, you look at our beautiful downtown. We'd hate to ever lose that. As an example, think about losing a building because linseed or massage oil rags were left in a basement. Glad that we had some, our professional staff go and deal with that. But one has to understand that part of that fire underwriting insurance is the categories that we get and the break that you get on your house insurance. And again, you can imagine if we didn't have such a good rating with having a professional force, because I think most of us have been seeing an increase in our insurance overall just from the claims that are happening across our country. But that's one of the big staggering features of, yeah, you might save some money on your taxation for not having a paid fire department, but what you really be hit on would be how much more, it would be far greater than the tax implication of not having your fire underwriter service giving you a much higher rating because you've got a professional firefighting force. Thanks.
Thanks, Colin. I couldn't have said it better. I think one other piece of note there would be one of the reasons that we can defer our apparatus for a longer lifespan is what's required there is to demonstrate, to show records of the maintenance of those vehicles, and our shop does an excellent job of maintaining those apparatus and showing records. So without that, we wouldn't be able to get the extensions. I think just the other piece there is, so with the new assistant chief and / training officer working straight days going forward, part of the challenge there will be bringing this person along so they develop and get the knowledge and the training to be proficient at it. And that does take some time. So, but my hope is that they'll be able to contribute more and more as time goes on, and certainly allowing me to focus more, or to the extent that I should, on reviewing and revising our department operational guidelines, which I always bring up because I never get to them to the extent that I feel I should. Okay, I think that that's it for my presentation. Oh, well, there is one more thing. I think probably I was asked to also talk about the risk to our fire department with respect to COVID, which I think is an excellent question that I probably wouldn't have otherwise thought to ask or to speak to. I guess what I would say is there is certainly a risk of our fire department, or at least a number of members, getting COVID. Like I said, we're seeing the numbers go up in the interior, and you throw in there the new variants that of the strain that are more virulent and more likely to be shared. What I will say is we're taking full precautions. We are wearing masks whenever we're in a common area. We're checking in. We're doing a check-in process every morning. We're doing I think a really strong job in minimizing that risk, recognizing this isn't something we can do from home. Unless council can authorize, and I'll send fire guys home with engines and ladder trucks, and they can park that out in the street and respond from there maybe. But it's one of these businesses where it's just difficult to not be at work. So the other side of that is my hope would be is that if by some chance that someone was exposed and they didn't know it, because that's obviously the challenge with COVID, is the ability to share it for a few days before you even know you have it, is that we work shift work, which means that only a few people should be exposed if that were to occur. And I guess the farthest separation between shifts is 4 days. So one would hope that if someone did contract COVID, that symptoms would show up and we could put the brakes on and do and react to that. And again, Joanna Markin's done a good job in building a plan for the city, and we would put the brakes on and not have others exposed to it. And you know, there are some sort of our business continuity plan then has us going. If we had a more widespread or more people were impacted, we could look at also tapping into our auxiliary firefighter ranks to the extent possible, recognizing that their training is quite limited compared to the career staff. And we could also look to what the other local fire departments might be able to assist us with. So that's sort of it. And we would modify our response, but that's sort of it in a general nutshell. Anybody has any questions on that? Or anything I've talked about.
Thanks, Chief. One of the things that you mentioned there was fire flow, water flow for protection of our community, and I'm just wondering, how does Sellis Creek sort of fit into that, the addition of that water flow into the reservoir? I recall when the care building burned down, I remember Chief Kripna giving me a call saying that we're getting very low on water because we were basically filling up the basement of the care building, which was darn near as big as the reservoir that we had up on the side of the
Right.
mountain. So,
Yeah, well, it's about reasonableness. I mean, the municipality and the fire department are expected to operate in a reasonable manner. There's a clear recognition that a reservoir system can only hold so much water, and so it's about doing what we can with what we have. In other words, good water management during a large fire. But having said that, the fire underwriter survey folks, they do look very clearly at alternative water sources and supplies. And so having only one source would present it as being a risk. But also for firefighting purposes, us having alternative water supplies is deemed very important in their scoring of our rating in that effect. So yes, Sellis Creek and Anderson Creek, I believe, are important components of the system.
and one more thing on your geographical area that you just touched on, and it was awesome that you were able to get involved in the fire across the lake there with was it last year it happened, or the year before? Yeah, at the motel. But your geographical area, and we have a contract with the regional district for, as you said, Weimer Road and a portion of Granite Road, and also out to our generation plant.
That's what it is. STP, yes.
Yeah, just so everybody's aware of that, that's a separate fund that we get from regional districts to do that work.
Right. Yes, thank you for that. Yes, they, again, thanks to Colin, we did some negotiations a couple of years ago, and we're able to increase that somewhat.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I just had a question there, if I may.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so two things that really pop out. Obviously, another really good year with the fire department. You guys have done some amazing work, and I'm really, really glad to hear that diligence on the record keeping and that eye for those future costs has realized some real gains for the department and for the community. My question is around the emergency medical responder program and the improved training that is desired to go there, and just kind of weighing that with the emergency we've had all this year with COVID, but also the simultaneous emergency with fentanyl, and wondering how we as a city are fitting and tooling our frontline workers with the skills that they need to give the best response. And does that tie together at all, do you feel, Chief, or are we giving that enough attention, and are we getting to that place to be dealing with both of those ongoing emergencies?
Thanks for the question. I think first of all, around the COVID piece, I think we're anytime you're talking about infectious diseases, obviously we have protocols in place. We had to modify them somewhat related to COVID. I think that we're well equipped and we're well trained. I think that we're adding value in that we are now going back to providing medical response within our community, both to support EHS, but also for those times that EHS is delayed. With respect to the fentanyl crisis, I think I can speak to it on sort of two levels. The first is that I would suggest that going to an EMR level would not increase that we are already providing the kind of service that we would for emergency fentanyl overdoses. and that would be like maintaining airways, being able to administer naloxone, those sort of things, and recognizing it. So I think that is already in place well. The other side of that is, again, thanks to Chief Burkhart, who established the fentanyl panel in town here that has a first responder and an overall group that we are part of that. And I think that helps us to understand the, I guess I call it, what would I call it, the human side of that equation, aside from just the medical emergency response, but the human side of it, I think we understand it better and better. Of course, we're all still challenged with the number of the homeless sort of camps that get set up, and with that, the amazing amount of needles that we pick up, both ourselves, Public Works, and others. But, I hope that at least partly addressed your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief.
If I could, Mayor,
Yeah.
Mayor, I just was wondering, Len, not to put you on the spot, I know that you opened up the EOC this week. I just didn't know if you want to give council just a brief synopsis and even kind of where we're at today.
Well, actually, it's good. I meant to start off with, I'm only going to talk about fire department today because on February 23rd, as part of the requirement for the emergency management committee, I'm going to be presenting to council about where we've been and where we're going. So that's why I haven't talked about emergency management at all today. With respect to the EOC, with the windstorm that blew through and created a lot of challenges, largely around Nelson Hydro power supply, we kicked up our emergency operations center to a level 1 so that we could help just monitor what's going on, help coordinate the various responses. Nelson Hydro is doing a fantastic job. They're all over it. But it was about how can we even do a better job by connecting Public Works and fire and communications and the EUC and Nelson Hydro. How can we just all talk about what we can do to help each other? And I can say that I think it's gone very well in terms of our communications, thanks to Ginger and Mark Craig and folks. Anyway, so yeah, we've been standing up. Again, you're probably getting information from Kevin and others and Scott around how it's progressing, but it's progressing as well as it possibly could, in the sense that they've called in extra crews from around the province to assist, and they're working very diligently to get things on. And I think the prognosis for timing for the majority of their customers is looking very positive. I say that as a person whose power did not go out. So I think if you were a person who didn't have power for 3 days, you may not have the same positive outcome.
Thank you.
May I ask questions?
Yes,
Mayor?
absolutely, Jesse. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Len. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, in terms of so what you're saying is you're trying to be in more communication with Nelson Hydro because these storms are they're increasing with frequency, it seems, and the power of them is very intense. We're out at 3.5 mile. We were out for 13 hours out of power, and super grateful when it came back on. But yeah, I guess I would love to see a really great coordination, like you were saying, but because I think this is going to happen. I think we got to stop looking at these events as freak events, and actually they're kind of the new norm. And so we need to adjust, as a city and as emergency services, to acknowledge that reality. Do you feel that's a fair statement? Actually, I do. I think that what we've seen, both in our studies and what we know about climate change, that in fact these sort of storms, these severe weather events, I call them, are going to increase in frequency and increase in intensity. And this is sort of the fallout of one of those, for example. And so what I've actually asked
Amanda and the EOC is to conduct a debrief of the players involved in this after probably late next week or early the following week, and then actually to do a not a full-on consultant level, but a after-action report, so that we can take the learnings from this, so that we as a city, so we as an EOC, and so we as a utility provider can figure out how we can even do better.
Very much, Lynn. It's really great to hear. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jesse. Any further questions? I just had one quick question for you. Do you happen to know through your association if firefighters are being put on that classification of frontline workers for vaccine?
My understanding is that the fire chiefs of British Columbia have been in contact with the health minister or the ADM, if nothing else, to at least make the case that first responders across the board should be vaccinated in certain priority level. And so that has been put forward, and my understanding is it's been received and received respectfully, but I don't think we have a definitive answer at this point.
Okay. All right, Chief, we're just about lunchtime. Good timing, and thanks very much for all your good work. We really appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you, and I'd like to throw back again, thanks to council and to the city manager and to Colin. That whole full group has been very supportive of our department, and we wouldn't be what we are without the support that you guys provide us, both morally and financially. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, take care. So
Thank you, Len.
with that, we're on lunch break, folks. So, yeah, just a moment. What time would you? 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock okay with everybody? Okay, so motion to recess, moved by Councillor Woodward, second by Councillor Page. All in favor? Carried. Thanks very much. See you at 1.
See you later. See you at 1.
1 o'clock it is, so we're going to start. So Colin, you've got the floor. We're on budget working session, and I guess you're going to start us off, Colin, right? Colin, I'd like to reconvene the meeting. So I can't see everybody, but I'm looking for a motion to Councillor Renwick, seconded by somebody. We're not getting any, we got no picture up there. Could somebody speak up, please? Yeah, but I don't think, okay, there's Councillor Page. Okay, seconded by Councillor Page. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. Carried. Thanks very much. Okay, Colin, I'm assuming that you're on there. I can see a symbol, but I don't see any picture.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm having some trouble here getting connected.
Yeah, we can see, we can hear you, but there you go. Yeah,
Okay.
You can go back to the other one.
Good to know. Thanks, Mayor. So this afternoon, we're going to look at a few things, but where we're going to start off is Chris Jury is going to walk us through just an update that we sort of received on, I guess, giving it some direction or guidelines on the COVID restart funding. And I'm going to then just talk a bit about what I see happening with the current funds, because there's some parameters around it and some ideas that I have. And then I'm hoping to brainstorm a bit with council. We had hoped that we would get some tie-in from a couple other managers today, but it has just been a horrendous start to the year. I'm not sure if council was aware that we're down another public works manager. So I don't know if some of you knew that or not. So
Oh, no.
So again, and I don't mean to be repeating, but so we had obviously Director Innes. We had Chris Gainham, our manager. I think everyone knew that he had moved on. And we had a fellow named Howard who had filled in for Craig. And Howard had resigned just around Christmas time.
Oh.
So now we have basically Director Innes. We've got Scott Eagleson as our manager, and then Rob Nystrom But so we're down 2 physical bodies as far as what we've had as even as much as 3 months ago. And I mean, again, in some ways, it's been interesting because I think that although me as the finance person, whenever I see the snow falling, sometimes I feel like I see dollar bills falling on the ground, and so as long as it's snowing on the ski hill and raining down here, I'm in a good place. But with the snow not being what we usually would have in the winter, it's actually almost harder on the managers because now instead of like, well, we know you need to do stairs and you need to sand and shovel and clear, it's like, okay, so now we've been getting to do some other things, but just adds an extra layer of organization. So it's been a really tough scene. And then so you throw in the storm this week, and then I think council's aware we're into bargaining next week. So long of it, short of it is to say that I had hoped to maybe have some public works conversation, and also even with our director of HR and IT had hoped and had thought that she'd be able to speak today, but has been severely tied up with getting ready for bargaining next week. So we're going to be somewhat light in the afternoon here, although I'm hoping that it'll allow for council to understand that we've set some time here to discuss what some plans or suggestions or ideas on the COVID funding. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris because he's got sort of the I guess, like I said, a new set of guidelines or a shaping of the guidelines that we received recently. And so I'll pass it over to Chris.
Hey there. Okay, I'm going to try and share this document here if I can. How's that looking there?
Looks good.
You can see this BC Safe Restart Grant FAQ.
Yeah. What are the eligible use of funds? Let's go.
So I just lost everybody's picture, so I'm just fingers crossed that you can see this, so that's great. So this was a document that came from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and I think it was in response probably to all of the questions they've been getting. And, I had reached out to them myself on a couple of occasions to say, hey, what about this? What about that? So they sort of put this together. I just highlighted some of the major points. It was much longer than this, but there are, a bunch of things on there related to reporting and timing and that kind of thing that's maybe not relevant for this conversation. So I thought I'd just kind of keep it at this level as far as, what could the funds be used for? So this first piece here at the top, what are the eligible use of funds? This is pretty much directly off of the letter that was sent out to all the municipalities that said, these funds are for response and recovery related to COVID-19, and they listed, half a dozen kind of key areas, right? Facility reopening, emergency planning, protective services, programming for vulnerable populations, some IT technology costs, likely being, assisting people to be able to work remotely, and budgeted revenues that have not been collected. But there were some further questions that kind of came out and answers here, things that weren't in that letter, such as, can local governments provide contributions to third parties, like local community organizations providing services to vulnerable populations? And yes, a municipality could make grants to charitable, philanthropic, and not-for-profit organizations. Can the local government use these funds to support a regional response to an issue? So, for example, providing funds directly to a regional district. And the answer is yes, a transfer from one local government to another for the provision of a local service is allowable. So that might form or factor into some of the discussions later on as well. Can we claim staff time, both union and management, on COVID-related tasks? And the response was, if you can relate labor costs to one of the broad service items in the announcement letter, then yes, that should be acceptable. So, I mean, you think about some of the time, HR, finance, fire, police, bylaw, things like that, that might have been focused on COVID-related tasks over this past year. That might be something to consider.
Chris?
Yes.
This is Jesse.
Hey.
Hey. I'm wondering, our arts community. I mean, they have been hit one of the hardest, along with the restaurants. I'm wondering what within the arts community. I mean, can some of that funding be used to sort of keep groups there, going until they can get people coming back into theater or events or such like that?
Well, I would think that would fall into that second one there as far as not for profit, if that was the sort of the scope, the area. And if we had really specific type questions, I think we all here have phone numbers for folks that we can reach out to that would give us some answers to some of that too. So,
Okay.
but I would think that would kind of fall into that not-for-profit organization type piece.
Okay. Yeah, I think my main concern is getting through the next year, and then can these organizations pick back up and go and provide arts in our community? If we aren't supporting them for the next year somehow, I'm worried.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we're going to see that when we have our committee of the whole meeting, and I think actually you'll be quite surprised. I'm always impressed with the financial drive of many of the executive directors that we are aware of in our arts community. And already we're thinking and having that same conversation as you're talking about. And actually we're a bit concerned, I think, on their ability to get grant funding, and sort of almost building up a bit of a war chest and saying to council, like, well, we may be building a bit of a buffer here, but that's because we think that we're going to need it for 2021. So you may find that they're again, some will be different than others, and some have stronger EDs than others in far as doing their fundraising and grant writing. But I think that you'll be impressed with what we have seen on our end on communications with the number of organizations that we deal with as to their ability to have some funding available to help them along. Doesn't mean that they can't use a bit more, but just, part of that will be, I think, we'll have to be careful. We've talked about this a bit slightly with the CAO and I, just on how we might create a funding source, but then how does someone access it? If someone's not put the effort in, like some groups have, it's almost like we talked about in the spring, almost like a show me, what have you done? Have you applied for some of the grant funding? Have you applied for the wage subsidy? If you're just like, well, I haven't done anything, and so, City of Nelson, can you please help me out? We may not be as inclined, but those that are really working, putting up on their side, it's, is there a way to match their funding? So those will be some of the conversations that we'll have. But just, I think, like you said, Councilor Wilbur, I think you're going to be impressed. Overall, I think Council will be impressed on the work that has been done by our arts community.
All right. Thank you very much, Colin.
Okay, and just a couple of final ones here. This next one kind of being a big one of, could this grant be used for capital costs? And I think it was sort of outlined that the intent was that it would be for operational type costs or lost revenues. However, in limited circumstances, some of the things that also were mentioned in that first piece as far as opening a facility, things like IT costs, which, might be considered capital. Other pieces like that might be allowable, but in general, it's not for capital projects. It's more for the operational side of things. And then the last point on the time constraints, there wasn't any actual time limit set, but the province was sort of expecting that, this would be for COVID response. And so, we'd be looking at clearly 2020, 2021, and possibly 2022. But, I would think that if we're parking some funds and stretching it out much later than that, then, it would be more difficult to justify that this was COVID related as we stretch into further years past that deadline. So that was sort of the high level kind of outlines of the guidelines around this. So from that, maybe we could kind of look at some specifics or thoughts or ideas.
So Chris, on that,
yeah.
Just one thing you mentioned about the calendar that you'll be working with. If, as an example, COVID continued to have some type of impact beyond 2021 and well into 2022, I mean, it may be advisable to have, to sort of, as we go forward, to see how far out we're going to have to look, because we may have COVID with us for a while.
Yeah, and again, there weren't any actual deadlines set. They made it clear that there wasn't a deadline, and information changes all the time and things change. It's just as they're looking at it now, that sort of seems to be the case. But you're right, things can change, right?
Okay, thank you.
So maybe I'll try and get us started here a little bit with some ideas, and thank you for the presentation on the parameters and the guidelines. Things that I've noticed on a small scale on the IT side is just good cameras and mics for everybody's workstations. Seems like we're going to be in a post on physical meeting world for a while, and the more we can ensure staff can communicate with their colleagues and with people across local government spheres really effectively with good cameras and proper microphones, that's a small investment across the board, I'd say, for the workstations. And the other thing with the principal side of stuff, I'd love to see programming that keep activating youth as they have less opportunity available to them. So if there's brushing we can do that we can fund with this program, if there's skills upgrading we can do by putting people under the age of 35 to work in different places and different community projects, because there's certainly a segment of the population that doesn't have access to the same kind of job opportunities they had before and won't. And so I think the more we can focus on outdoor work that we need to have done, I think the better. And obviously earlier I mentioned the financial literacy, putting some pot of money so people who can be going through that, I think will pay dividends in the long run for the community. And those are a few ideas. I don't know what else the other people are thinking. John, you had a thought for one of them?
Yeah, and we'll probably, so the first one you had there, Keith's probably something operational that we'd be looking at on an ongoing basis anyway with our staff. The second one is, the second one that he threw out there was, we got to be careful.
I was asking what your idea was from earlier.
Yeah, no, I just want to be, well, the reason I want to follow up with what you said was we got to be clear on what the fund was given to the municipality to manage municipal challenges, and not to take on the responsibility of the provincial or federal governments in funding programs for youth to learn how to manage their finances. So it has some clear parameters around where we would use it. So I think it's important that going forward we try and understand what those parameters are. They're not bad ideas, don't get me wrong, and I think we talked about that this morning with the youth center. But at the same time, some of those ideas may not fit with the parameters around where this fund is going. And secondly, or thirdly, on that note, we have a collective agreement with our CUPE workers around who can and cannot, work in our community on different projects. So that would have to be cleared up as well if we were to head down that pathway. So.
And I think the other one we need to keep on there, obviously from yesterday, is that the recreation center and the impacts there.
Okay, well, you guys are moving faster than I can get in to talk. And so, Chris, I'm going to ask you to unshare your screen, and I'm going to share my screen with where I've started a bit of a list here and wanted to walk council through a bit of the work that we've been doing with the current COVID funding. So bear with me here. And are you seeing my screen?
Not yet.
Black screen. Do you have a blank screen somewhere?
There we are.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. So when we received a letter from the province, and as DCFO jury has sort of walked us through kind of like the high level, they gave us a letter pretty broad parameters, and obviously it made a lot of the accountants like myself and Chris, uneasy because you don't want to be offside. Now they've given us 2.613 million. You'll see that at the very top there, on the restart grant. Now the one off the top, the eligible kind of use of this funds will include addressing revenue shortfalls. And you'll notice that in column E7, row 7, column E, you'll see $700,000. And so where that came from was I took basically the budget that we were about to pass on March 12th, I think, or 13th, before the whole province shut down and the direction that we were going. And I said, here's where we expected to spend, or receive money, and what happened, and what was the year-end result. And so a number of things that there's both a positive side, and then there's also the fact that we didn't get funds. So for example, we had lowered, knowing that it was a ghost town and no one was parking downtown. There was no sense to even write parking tickets because there were parking downtown illegally. We lowered our budget to $450,000. Sorry, yeah, $450,000 on our parking revenue, and we are $290,000 higher than that budget as far as what the actuals resulted in 2020. However, when you compare even where we ended up with what we were budgeting on December March 13th, we're about $300,000 under what we would expect in a regular year. It kind of shows you that the impact that it had. So those are some of the numbers that I started to build. And again, you look at council did not collect field rentals. Obviously we didn't have soccer playing, we didn't have baseball in the fields. So those were all the revenue sources that I had gone through, and there's a number of list of them. Whether it's the parkade revenue, even the campground revenue. Yes, we did better than what we budgeted, but it's quite a bit lower than what we were expecting before we had COVID. And so when I look at that,
Colin, could I just stop you for a second, please? Just from my job here as the chair, so the only person I can see at the moment is Keith. So if somebody wanted to ask a question other than Keith, Janice, or Cal here, does everybody have their screen shut off? Is that what's happening?
Well, we still don't have Rick. I don't know if he was planning not to be here, but he did come back
Rick
after lunch.
did write to me, and he said he had to step out for a few minutes. So
Sure,
it's just so much easier if somebody wishes to talk, then I can see them. So thanks for doing
John,
that. Thank you.
John, I'm here. I guess you can't see me. My video is on.
We can see you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, Colin. Thank you.
I think the mayor just wants to make sure, and not that it's ever been a problem here, but if you're not feeling that you're being heard, to probably, because he can't see you, you'll have to probably open up your mic and say, hey, I've got a question. So just give you that permission, because you're quite polite on wanting to be noticed first. So I put that there. So I guess my point being here is that as I look through our revenue shortfalls, and again, my job is to through and for me,
I can't answer your question there.
Sorry, there's some breakup there and some talk over. Colin, what were you saying?
Okay, sorry. So what I really hear, I think, is my job is to make sure I go through our budgeted revenue. Particular, it's not related. It's a revenue shortfall, and like I said, when I think about if we were having our regular year, which we had our budget meeting that day, and then we had to make a change in April. That's the document that I'm going shortfalls, and so you're better than budgeted on our parking meter revenue, but it's far below what we would usually have in a year, and so. Again, because of this nature of this money, it really, I think there needs to be a focus on what can we recognize that was additional expenses in 2020, but also where are our revenue shortfalls coming from? And if we've got revenue shortfalls, if we can recognize that part of the grant, then that can go down into our surplus. And then that takes the restrictions off it qualifying the restart funding. So I don't know if people follow kind of what I'm talking about, but it's like anytime that I can recognize revenue and put it in my surplus, now council has the ability to use that surplus for whatever, whether it's a capital or an operating project. You're sort of the handcuffs are off, I guess, on that funding. So my goal here is to, in an accurate way, work my hardest to justify, in my opinion, recognizing as much of this revenue as I can in from 2020 that either we spent and or was a revenue shortfall, because the amount I got the right now under row 8 of 400,000 for recoverable expenses, because we're still working through what we might also get from the province for emergency management. Or the emergency. So there's kind of two components there. But if I can recognize 1.1 million of the 2.613 million, that certainly helps us financially. We look forward, and so we go into our surplus or into our reserves, and from there, council would be able to attribute it to whatever projects it would see fit, not necessarily COVID related. Okay, and so hopefully council understands what my goal is, and it's not about trying to. I'm working within the parameters, but I also sense that if you don't want to have this money just sort of sitting around, and justifiably so. We've been hit, especially on triples, that because they're a good thing in cost containment, and we've had better revenue than expected, but that still allows us flexibility, I guess, with the funds. So we're still working through the current year, obviously, on the couple expenses. So that's something that is currently underway. And again, we were repeating ourselves that we really need to find out too and so we make our claim, because an emergency was called, and they did allow a number of expenses that we have incurred. So we expect to get a pretty hefty, I think it was around, right now, if I understand correctly, about $100 and some odd $1,000 in emergency funding for our response. But it's sort of, again, waiting until we get some of those answers, which be like, well, you got 100, but you had claimed 150. Well, then we know that $50,000 would then qualify as recoverable expenses under this restart grant. So just wanting council to be aware that right now, just on the face of it, I'm feeling optimistic that out of the 2.6 million that I will be able to account for, justify 1.1 million worth of either expenses or revenue shortfall in 2020 that would go right to the bottom line of the city, and or to a portion will go to reserve, for example, to reserve. Whenever we use parking, that's where that money goes. It goes into our capital reserve. So again, which is good because we know that we've got capital improvement that need to be done. So I just want council to see here if there's any questions from the group or concerns or any clarifications they need on the direction that I'm going.
Questions?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Councillor Renwick?
Just say it makes sense.
Yeah. Councillor Renwick saying it makes sense. Yeah, good work, Colin.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
sorry. I just wanted to add, it sounds really bang on there, Colin, and it's good that you're kind of like taking care of the basics that need to be covered, and then we have what we have extra, but yeah, it looks good to me.
Okay.
And I would just note, I'm pretty sure I saw in the parameters, programming for vulnerable populations is one of the eligibility requirements, or one of the eligibility criteria. So targeting things that might seem like they are provincial or federal responsibility when they improve the positioning of different vulnerable sectors like youth seems like a perfectly appropriate way of spending the money. Some of it.
Yeah, anyway. and do that. And that's where, again, I'm going to start filling in with some of the suggestions here that we'll go back on the bottom part. Again, part of it for me is just out of math. I'm kind of a visual person. It's like, okay, Colin, we got $2.6 million. I'm I'm optimistic that I'm going to be able to recognize about 1.1 of that 2.6, which will go right down, like I said, into our surpluses and reserves. Would be part of our ongoing, doesn't have to necessarily mean it's spent this year, but just hopefully it gives us some wiggle room and takes some pressure off of ongoing pressures, financial pressures or challenges that we see, inflationary, collective agreements, all these different ongoing every year um, cost drivers that we see. So just letting you know that. So that's what I'm saying now. If you're looking at that, you're saying, well, if I've got 2.6 and I've going to recognize 1.1, now I've got the 1.5 is sort of where you would now, for me anyway, we've talked internally and we've got a few different examples here, and I'm trying to kind of put them underneath some headings. And so number one, the suggested use of remaining funds. And again, when we say this, it could be 2021, it could be carried to 2022. Some of these may take a longer period of time. But what we talked about overall was on a high level was internal business improvement fund. And so when I say internal, that would mean citywide. And again, we know as a fact right now that we hired an OH&S coordinator, and a big driver of that is make sure that we're following our COVID distancing and hand washing and what's happening with compliance, both out on the sites or at the business and workplace. So we are currently doing that. This is something COVID related, so that would be something that we would be using some of that funding towards. Another piece that we have here is the public works supervisor backfill. And again, here's some of these things that we're working through. In certain places, I think that we need to put in some redundancy. This is one. There will be other places, and I'm sure that you may come up with your own, suggestions for us. But as a department head group, as we talk about these things, having whether it's public works or another position that someone got COVID, someone who will be able to use to do additional training for our public works staff, whether it's SDP at the water plant. Where can we work on creating, some space and or backfilling positions. So that's one. A real big one that I've heard from a number of our department heads is the digitization of city files. Now, we've done a pretty good job. Our corporate officer, Winton, and previous to her, corporate so long, had been working in the direction of getting a lot of the corporate services items are online and are digitized. But when you're a city that's 100 plus years old, there's a lot of documents that you need to have a physical copy of still, but there are cabinets after cabinet after cabinet, in particular in certain places like public works and in development services. You can imagine all the drawings and different documents that relate to development that we need to look at. And there's a concern from our directors in those roles that, if you had to be offline, or if COVID meant that we got a pandemic, we had to work from a different space, being able to share these, a lot harder for somebody to come up here, go to the cabinet, rather than us having it digitized and available and sourced and saved offline or in the cloud. So that's certainly one that I've heard from multiple people. And it also can work in finance. Our deputy CFO was telling me, a lot of times we're sort of backwards in that we have many companies that email us their invoices. And so what we do is we then take that invoice, we print it off, we then put it in an internal mail, we ship it down to, say, Public Works to get some for approval, which then it's sent back to us, and then we enter it in the system and put it in a file folder, and it's saved. Whereas these are the sorts of things and it's quite common under this digitization and records management being the next step, is we think that we can do better. And here's a funding source that comes very unique, that you would get this type of a funding source that would really fit in that I guess to be able to take a lot of time, but would be to improve our operations and would allow for I think if we
Excuse me, Colin.
if the fire department that you're not trying to take,
Colin,
yeah.
you're really breaking up. I don't know how it is for anyone else, but for us in council chambers, it's a bit difficult to hear what you're saying.
It is out here too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something on his computers.
Um,
I can make some use of it. Colin, do you know how much the digitization of the files might cost? Are we talking 50 grand or 250?
Well, I can hear me.
do you have your headset on, Colin?
It's not working.
It's not working.
It's a common problem. I don't know if we bought a bad batch from of headsets, but it's not working.
Okay. I don't know. Okay.
Do you want to try and call in though? Like, there's a call-in number, isn't there?
Well, it is, and I didn't know if we had success with that last time, but
I think if you go slowly, it seems to be just cutting out and condensing your speech or chopping it up with a noise canceling feedback or something.
good to know. I'll try to talk slower.
That's actually better.
Okay. Yes, that's an interesting point because I am known to be a bit of a fast talker. So I don't know, I don't mean to be silly, but I will try to slow down. Great question, Keith. There was some thought that it could be, in that, is it $100,000 that we hire someone that they spend a year and they go through every single device and scan and put it on? I think it's much bigger than that. And I think the opportunity with the funding is that it would be much bigger than that. I'm thinking, is it 250? Is it even 400 or higher? The idea being that, certain things would be pretty straightforward, but I'm not sure if their development services is wanting to do some of the larger maps, right? They would not be something that you would just put in your regular photocopier. And it's also just not having a student that mindlessly sort of collecting information. What we want to be able to do when we do the project is keep the items that we have to keep in a hard copy, but move the rest of the documents and try knowing that they are saved, but they're not critical or not by rules having to be kept as a hard copy. So there'll be a lot of cleanup here, and so I think it could be quite significant, and it's a great question. I don't have a complete well-rounded number. I certainly corporate service officer have been trying to find ways to or a way to get some of this work done, and it's not easy. Again, you can imagine the demand for even some of this work. I think that may be something that comes out in the next little while. Is it a Xerox that Canon is, or someone that would take this work on for us? Would we contract it out? Would we do it ourselves? I don't have those answers, but I want to hear.
So Colin, if I may, I'm not sure, this is a public meeting, so I'm not sure how this sound is being received by the public, those that are on there. But I can tell you right here in council chambers, we have no idea for the most part what you're talking about. Now that's not like normal days, this is, just today. We've had problems with your signal in the past, and I'm just wondering if it's possible for you to move over here into council chambers and use the same system we're using. Because it's just simply not working here. Most of what you're saying is not coming through here. And since it's a public meeting, I think it's really important that we get it right.
Should we take a little?
I think we should take a short recess and try and figure this out. So.
Okay. Can I ask you, John, can you hear me clearly from out here?
Yeah, I hear everybody else fine. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Questions when we're ready to go on the digitized part, we can pick up there.
Okay, so just give it 30 seconds here, and I'll let you know when we're.
Okay, I think so. Okay. All right. I thought I had this figured out because they seemed to be okay this morning.
Well, that's
I don't know.
That's different now, for sure.
It sounds really good.
Okay, well, I can also order you a pizza while we're at it.
We can't see you.
I love you finding all those revenue opportunities.
Well,
Contracting out to Thors like that.
now, again, am I, council, my screen still sharing just with the document that I had there? Are you still seeing that?
No.
No, it's gone. Can you unshare and reshare? It does this great pattern sometimes, and it's done the whole thing to the whole screen.
Okay. So now you can see me.
There you go.
There we go. And again, what I'll probably do then, part of the reason that I had that up there was to for my own sake, to walk through some of the things we talked about. And it's the one thing that we as staff were speaking about was not wanting to have it pinned down as a item by item, but that there would be a kind of a global internal business improvement fund available out of this money for city operations, and not bound by only this and only that. So again, I apologize if I was repeating myself here. I will probably just at this stage talk about the digitization of city files and records management. And I'll actually even roll in a bit of the Teams training. We have moved to Teams, and we've had some success, but it's again a new product that if you're used to looking at your Outlook, are you also having Teams open? And sometimes you've got some conflicts going on. I thought I sent you this. Well, I sent it to you in Teams, and did you get that? And so, especially for us old guys like me, getting trained on some of the new technology is something that we are working towards. And so our HR director has set us up with Microsoft. They have some complimentary training that they've done, and you have to have like 20 plus people. So we've been doing some of that work recently, and I think had a lot of success with people understanding what this powerful platform can do. But I will go back on the digitization and I think Councillor Page's question is like, what kind of dollar figure is that at? And I think it's a fair question, and I don't have a full answer. I think that there would be some area where we would hire someone and say, we need to have these documents and scan them, and that would be one tool. But I think it's much deeper than that, in particular in certain areas like development services, where there needs to be a review of what's in the folder. There are certain things that we are unable to throw away. We need to have them forever, a hard copy. And so we want to be able to do that. But there's sometimes, or my understanding is in many cases, there's multiple other parts of that folder with you need to keep this this can be shredded if you've got it digitized. And so I think that there's a space component. I think there's a ability to access, which again is a big drive, I think, on the COVID-19 restart funding. Yes, on restart for sure, but how do we set ourselves up to be successful going forward? And if a variant in the strain as we get vaccinated, we want to be prepared that if we can't have people here, how do you continue to access those types of documents from a cloud storage or from a cloud space, so that you're not necessarily having to be in the office? Councillor Page.
Okay. Well, on the document side of things, outside of the maps, are we going to be striving for at least an OCR level scan as opposed to just a digital copy image captured, but some processing of those files into something you could then search for keywords and potentially pick up a document from 1967 if that so happens to have that word in it?
And again, Councillor Page, early on in our discussions on this, but I would totally agree. What's the sense in kind of putting the effort into doing that if it then becomes unsearchable? And that's why when I say in some cases it seems like you would be able just to digitize, whether or not that's something like I don't know exactly, maybe an AP invoice, but maybe if there's a document that spoke to a bylaw at a certain time frame in a certain year, that it would be searchable. So I think that there's again, pointing it out to council that there's more meat to be put on this, and that we really need to find out what is it that we need. Do we need to have it so that it can be searchable? All of those are great questions. I don't have an answer for you, but this is the one thing that I was hearing when we looked at what's changed with dealing with COVID and people working from home, and how do they get access to things? How do we do this better, and how do we do it if it was to happen again? And if we're giving this opportunity and giving funding towards setting us up for that, that we would need to take advantage of it. So again, more work to come.
So we'll leave that in your hands then to come up with the best program. Back in the day, we had Jack Maber had all that stuff in his head, but unfortunately Jack's gone now. So
good to know.
Yeah.
And I'll be gone one day too.
Yeah.
So yeah. So again, these were just some brainstorming components. Some of the other things, like I said, whether it's the Microsoft Teams training, whether or not it's additional IT support or additional software, we talk about a public works work order system. These are all things that I think that move us from some of our paper-driven, having to be filing, touching it too many times. But again, a lot of that comes with needing to train staff, needing to have it set up properly, that someone looks at this and says, this is the best way to map this, because there's many, certainly this is what we're seeing in the Microsoft Teams, is that if you don't get the structure of what's happening with your filing system, is that it doesn't work very well, and it'll break down for you, and you're not getting the value. But as you know, we're all still running 100%, so it's very difficult to pull away and just say, well, I'll go and learn this, or I've got the time to figure out what's the best way to structure this. So we've got a lot of work to do on that end, and I think that as we shape out what that dollar amount would be, I'm just telling you that I see that we've got about $1.5 million worth of revenue that I believe would qualify to make these new steps. So again, that would be under the computer and other technology costs to improve internet connectivity and virtual communications. So that's where I'm hanging my qualifying for.
So Colin, could I ask you a question then? So you're compiling a bit of a list here of projects. So at some point, like, would you filter through that list and see what rose to the top as the most important, or
yeah,
how would that?
Yes, Mayor. And again, right now we don't have, again, answers to some of the good questions as Councillor Page related to, what does it look like to have it searchable? Is if having it set up as it's searchable, is that another $150,000 touch to what we're doing? Or again, these are sort of the questions that we need to answer, because I think that what can happen here, Mayor, is that as we go through the list, which is not exhaustive on what does that business improvement fund is that you could see that all of a sudden I end up with $2 million worth of projects here, and then it's like, well, now what is the one that we is best suited and gets us the best bang for our buck? Maybe because we don't want to focus it all here. We think that there are some other components, as I've listed below, that we want to be able to use this funds towards helping our community as well, and as long as it qualifies underneath the grant funding stream.
So then that would come back to council, and that long list with recommendations around a short list potentially. Is that the plan?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. This would start to get filled out, and it would be a case of, okay, when we get to the bottom of this, is this something that's stretched over 2 years? Is it saying we've got this funding and we've allocated the whole amount, or we allocate a portion of it and keep some of it in our back pocket at the end of this year, so that if we want to do something in 2022, that we've got some money left over? So that would be the plan, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
After the revenue is taken into account, or the revenue shortfall, that 1.53, I would love to see us, if we set some parameters or some targets for perhaps 50% of that is spent inside the city in internal operations, and the other 50% is spent out in the community. Try and come up with some parameters on how we want to divvy up the pots for the most equity and the most impact.
I guess that's what you were planning on doing, Colin, isn't it? Coming up with a list of. I mean, it is for us, right? It is for the municipality, right? When I say us, I mean the corporation of the city of Nelson.
Yes,
so
but it's not lost on me. it's not lost on me that it can flow into some other places as well. And as
Yeah.
we've kind of even got on this list, whether or not it's an economic development and recovery fund that we are, what does that look like? And again, also, I think under Rec 5, I believe that there are some qualifications of being able to use some of that funding that we receive could go to that service, and especially if that takes some tax pressure off of our residents and commercial property owners, that would be something I think that council would need to look into.
Right. So of course that would include, I think regional districts got funding as well. So that would include something along the lines of matching funding depending on the percentage of participation, or not participation, but agreement around what our funding model is, right? So as an example, if we were to put in 100 grand, to be an expectation that two other partners would be putting in their portion as well. Would that be right?
Well, I mean, that's part of the discussion, Mayor. I don't know what is unique, and what we have found out from the regional district is they certainly did not get the same dollar amount per capita that the municipalities did. So they got a lot less funding than the municipalities did. So and I understand they're saying, okay, well, first of all, we need to take the money that we have and start to cover our own expenses. So the plexiglass, the cleaning, the things that they've had for not only their central location, but I think the other locations that would be inside there, whether it's out at the transfer stations, or what did they have to incur costs for? Certainly, they recognize, and in part of the Rec 5 discussion that we had, is that the recreational complexes themselves probably had a larger burden of cost of trying to get open than some of the other smaller communities. So, but as you know, that has to go to their board and it needs to be voted on, and you've got 20 different minds there as to how that money should be spent. So that makes it, I think, harder than a municipality getting a set sum and a group here that's totally focused on sort of the city of Nelson. It's easier for us to allocate those funds. But you're right, that would be something that I would be suggesting or looking at, is that if we're going to do this, what portion of that funding is coming in that we would either match, or we would share ours on a similar ratio maybe than where the tax requisition is. So, again, too, if their regional district got some money and they're providing sort of for their areas, that we would maybe say, well, we would contribute a portion that would be similar to our current funding, where we pay about 66% of the tax requisition. Right. And the reason that I say that is that when you look at operations, the regional district itself, the fact that it's taken on basically all three of the rec facilities, whether that's in Creston, in Castlegar, and in Nelson, I think that you would find that in other communities, other municipalities that would have received this money, they would be responsible solely for their rec facility. I'm thinking maybe like a Chilliwack or they would get their funding, but they would also know that they aren't sharing that with their regional neighbors. They got funding from the province to help out with things like their rec centers. So that's where I think that there's some ability to work with our partners at Rec 5 and again, hopefully provide some of this funding, because there's some additional costs obviously that are being incurred to have COVID standards met, cleaning, etc. at our rec facility, and it's obviously heavily used by our Nelson residents. Maybe not overall, I would say it's heavily used right now, obviously a smaller group of people using it, but I guess the key being that this is an avenue that, as Councillor Page said, do we want to have a split here? And again, also, as you're saying, Mayor, we would want to see some participation on their side, not that the city would provide this funding and not kind of allow the regional district to say, well, if that's happening, then we'll take the portion that relates to us and provide it to other areas, not to municipalities. So again, you would want to see, I think, that partnering, a way that we would come to an agreement that we're both satisfied that we're providing the funding.
Councillor Morrison has a question?
Yeah, no, just in comment to what staff member McClure is saying, is that the regional district surprisingly did get considerably less money than the city of Nelson. About 1/3 their money that they got for COVID relief was just a little bit over 700,000, which is kind of astounding when you see the comparison of our 2.6 6. I mean, we have a lot more. I mean, given that it's for the corporation, maybe they feel that the layer is bigger here, but yeah, it was a considerably less amount, considering that if you look at the population of the rest of the RD and you take the city of Nelson out, I mean, they still have a population very equivalent to what we have here. If they were using some kind of per cap calculation, it seems like a bit of a strange calculation to end up with such a little amount of money. And so my understanding is that we will see that come with some discussions about what to do with that money. We have our first budget meeting on the 22nd. So next Friday is our first round of budget meetings. And I would guess that usually at the first one, we do talk about General Administration Service 100. And that's where most of these kind of costs that Colin's referring to, and the costs that we even see in our own organization in terms of having set up for the COVID, the gloves, the masks, the plexiglass. And I'm sure that they've kept a pretty good running total of that. And I think by the time that's all paid, it's hard to say how much left over there might be from $750,000 or whatever it was that they were allotted. But we did bring it up at Rec 5. Chair Page can talk more to that if he would like. But we did float it out there, and so I think it's there also for ongoing discussion and consideration going forward at the Rec 5 table. They did recognize that the 3 big rec centers would be top of mind once they sort of, like, you know, in a stepwise, just like we're doing here, going through how they would cover off their costs, that they realized that recreation services to trying to operate did incur a lot of unusual costs in this year, even with not being open.
Yeah, so the 700,000 to the regional district is not that far out of whack, because within that regional district you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 municipalities that got funding separately. So when you accumulate all of you have Creston, Castlegar, you know, Nakusp, New Denver, Silverton, when you put them all together, the 700,000, I believe, Colin, please, you can, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think that was for regional district impact, not to alleviate impacts to, as an example, Nelson or New Denver or Silverton or Caslo, right? So if you were to add their portion to it, the numbers are not that far out of whack compared to the city, right?
Well, it's a great question, and I don't have a direct answer, but it does sort of make sense. And one of the problems that one would face, in the same way that we are saying, well, you know, would we be willing to provide some of the funding from our city funds into a shared service, is how do you not take the 700 in and have a shared service where it's only applied to areas, right? Because the municipality's got the funding. So it's a great question. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be a grand discussion. I'm sure that Council Morrison will be involved in, but I would hope that in that same vein, and I certainly believe that the other partners, like whether it's a Creston or a Castlegar and part of their rec centers, that we would come together and try to support each other. And again, if that's maybe the window that you look at it, if you're saying, you know, let's put in $100,000 and say 30,000 comes from the RDC case funding, and a 70,000 came from the city, from our funding, and that helped the overall operations of the regional district. That probably seems pretty fair and pretty reasonable.
Yeah, so I think that's very reasonable. I just think we need some clarity on. So it seems to be a message here that the regional district got less than the municipalities, but in actual fact, when you look at the numbers, they actually didn't.
Not disputing the mayor, but again, when you've got a shared service, the problem that I have is so unless, I mean, because I mean, if they take that, which could be a stance that they could take, Mayor, is that they may say, we're going to take all of this and put it under rural admin.
Right.
Because but then you start going back to, well, where was the actual costs incurred? And so, you know, it's not lost. It could become political, and like that's where I think that I certainly heard from our rec commissioners and from myself that we want to work together, have a good partnership with the.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks, Colin.
Okay. Yes, and so just to follow up on Councillor Page's, and as we look through that 1.5, if one was saying, it's a great question, and I haven't sort of fleshed it out, is if you say 50% of it is for City of Nelson, so then you've got 750,000. Is there what is the number that we would work with potentially with the RDCK for Rec 5? And again, would it be for 1 year or 2 years, depending on how things? Because it's not like you have to spend it now, but it could be something that helps us bridge over a couple of years. And I'll talk to BC because another source that came in and how they're handling it. But again, the other part was how on our economic development recovery fund, how do we work with that? And I know that there's some questions. I believe that NAADP maybe has some plans or suggestions to come to council and say, hey, look at in as a non-for-profit, if you were to provide us a grant or come to council and say, we think that we can provide this sort of economic support for our community, here's the dollar figure that we need. That would be something that I think that we would want to have inside that fund available to do that type of work. And this is where I think for Council Woodward was has concerns, and rightly so, for some of our arts community. I've been contacted by some of our partners in our rec community as far as that are using our facilities that we own, but they're in. And so on that fund side, are we, as Councillor Page said, is there a percentage that we want to set aside and look at how does, having some parameters, having a process that if you come to us and you do X, Y, and Z, and you need X funding, and you're going to get 50% of it from a grant or from your stakeholders and you're a non-for-profit, would the city match that? So I could see, I don't want to make it too cumbersome, but I could see that would be the sort of thing that that it wouldn't be a handout, but it would be a hand up with the idea that the community groups would do some of their own legwork on some of this. So. Now, I believe that CAO Cormac's on the line, and he's been relatively quiet, so hopefully I haven't put him to sleep. And now that he can hear me, maybe he wanted to. He's maybe had a bit more conversation on the Economic Development Recovery Fund potential possibilities, and I'll just maybe turn it over to him for a bit.
Sure. Yeah, Paul and I had a chance to talk about that funding, and the big thing was, as Colin said, if we can create the flexibility, create these pots, and we'll know more as we, as we research those things or things come up in community. I do know I have been working with Andrea and Tom, and they will be presenting their budget in sort of their core base budget, but they will also identify some other areas that they think they could support the business community if additional recovery funds were allocated. So that's the way they'll bring forward that budget. And again, talking with Colin, I think what we'd recommend is if we're going to create these pools, that we actually leave that money in that external pool, and as the economic development, if in the spring they think they need to launch the food and beverage program, they know that we have some funding there that will help them do that, and they would come forward with that at that time. So it's not sitting in their budget, it's really what's going to add.
Okay, thanks for that, CAO. So again, I'm feeling somewhat, I know that's kind of in the afternoon. I see Jesse's got his hand; he's holding his face up there. Hopefully, hopefully, I don't have him bored out of his mind. And I know that you may have some time that you may just want to think about this, and that's part of that conversation piece that I wanted to. I know we've got great minds on council and staff, and we're very interested in your input. We're not in a place right now, we're quite positive on a number. What we budgeted, just as an example, we are currently about $440,000 higher in revenues than what we budgeted. Now, again, that would go with parking meters, the parkade, the campground, keep a prisoner. So again, those are another positive for our year. And again, it's not lost on me that there are a lot of businesses out there, and I know it wasn't lost on council, and that's one of the reasons why we looked at not increasing any even inflationary amounts for water and sewer rates. But it bodes well for us. I think that we had planned on using a significant number from our internal reserves to balance this year because we were concerned about things, and we're seeing again better revenues. Some of that money will be allocated to capital reserve, and again, if we were able to allocate more of this COVID funding to that, I think that again um, allows us to, on a go forward basis, doesn't have to be spent immediately, but even if we get a slower time and we want to do more work when our community slows down in construction, whether it's additional work in 2 years, paving or concrete stairs and sidewalks, that some of that money would be available for that. The other thing that I'm noticing is, and not to anyone's surprise, because we didn't know what would happen, and we did kind of present this even to council recently as I'm trying to shape the budget, is what are people going to need for a travel budget for 2021? In one aspect, I would say be pretty exciting to be going to FCM in Montreal. It'd be a great place, I think, for an FCM. But does anyone really want to go to Montreal while and again, out here, whether you're where we're at with getting vaccinations, and maybe by the time that happens, we would, but I don't know. But that's the sort of conversations we're having. I know that Ginger Lister had set out the list to you guys, and that there's still quite an unknown, even for UBC, on whether it'll be virtual. I mean, they certainly are talking about a virtual model, I think, for FCM, and some of those decisions will be made in the short order. But again, when I think about what can be a significant budget for not just council, but for many of the different departments we have, whether it's education, training, and travel, those are areas that I could see another savings for 2021, that again help us with, I think, cost pressures, whether it's collective agreement or trying to deal with inflationary costs, because we are seeing, whether we're still in the business of doing construction and doing whether it's small things, some of those costs have gone up. If you're trying to do some repairs around our buildings and whatnot, we know that the cost of lumber has gone up, etc. So
it's highly unlikely that there'll be an FCM conference at the end of May this year. I don't know if there's any planes flying into Montreal, even, for that matter. I mean, there's so many flights have been canceled, and so I mean that's something we definitely need to look at as a council, because in this particular year, I know myself I'd find it a little difficult to take the plunge to travel to far reaches of Canada for a board meeting that last year at UBCM, although it's different for sure, we were able to manage it quite well over Zoom or whatever platform we were using. So maybe when we get into a better time in 2022 potentially, but for 2021, I'd be suggesting we do what everybody else is doing and stay home and stay close.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you, Mayor. I think we have to just be honest with ourselves, and it just feels like a lot of a risk to take to go to a meeting, and a lot of the technology now has gotten up to speed where we can have these Zoom calls fairly easily. So
okay, well, I appreciate that direction, and yet I also understand that if ever our Prime Minister is saying that hopefully we're in a vaccination place where we're back to some normality in September, and we know that UBCM would be in that stage. Now, again, I respect that pretty hard to organize an event that size and not know that people aren't coming by a much earlier window. So I appreciate that feedback, Councilor Woodward. So I'll work with Ginger on that, and again, that'll be also, I think, internally some areas that we would be looking at ourselves and saying, okay, what is the plan here for sort of travel for the city.
So Colin, just to follow up on the FCM, I spent a number of years on that board, in particular on the convention side, and the convention itself is dependent for the most part on exhibitors. That's where their main portion of their revenue comes from, and those exhibitors have to be committed at least a year in advance to make that thing happen. and it's highly unlikely that that's happened for FCM. And even for UBCM, that's, if you look at their budget, you look at FCM budget, it's online, you'll see that that's, in the millions of dollars of revenue that helps support that conference. If they weren't to have those exhibitors, and it was only local government elected officials going, the fees for those conferences would quadruple at least without the convention exhibits on site of them. So I'd find it highly unlikely that FCM for sure and UBCM would be definitely on the fringes of happening this year. So I think we should act accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Page.
Yeah, I know a conversation around the AKBLG for the same purpose, John, is there's definitely a sense and a hope that, and some communication back and forth, those vendors knowing that it's a long-term investment, they often invest in those conferences year after year after year. So some of them just see it as part of their commitment to that organization, and giving them even an online venue to do that. I did want to just, on the digitization part, expand a little bit out and make sure I noticed some small monitors around. I noticed, we have a few workstation things that could be improved upon, and I think we might want to just make some hardware money available a little bit more discretionarily to give people maybe a 24, 27-inch monitor, because they'll be experiencing a lot of those documents more instead of being able to pull them out of the cabinet and look at them. They're looking at them on the screen. And so I think, especially on maybe some of the, yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree. There's a couple of interesting things happening, Councillor Page, and you're also in the business. But even as we've tried to order technology, getting the technology even here, there's a bit of a backlog and some of those things. And I know that our HR director and IT director has done and our IT team did a great deal of upgrades last year. There's more sort of that. Servers and SANs work that was doing early, and we plan to do early this year to help us, because we've had some challenges with the technology, and so we need to get the storage space figured out and things like that. So we are working on some of that, but there is also another pretty significant refresh happening for both our kind of our towers or our equipment and or our screens, sorry. And so we are in the process of doing that. And again, I wish that she had been able to give us a bit more of a heads up on or talk about that today, but we don't have that time. Councillor Morrison?
Yeah, so just in regards to the travel and all of these conferences and such, is that I did in the fall participate in all 3 of the days of the UBCM, and I actually thought that the delivery was a good idea, the way that we tried to do it. And I think that people, were a bit reticent to participating that way, and I would hope by the time we get to September that we could be looking at a group of like the old regs, like whatever level that was, where we had, maybe you could have 20 or 30 people inside, and that maybe we could give some more thought to trying to do that. And in with that also, I really appreciated the fact that we just locally brought in, we had Kolesnikovs come in to do their presentation about their timber cut. We had the library proposal come in, so our regional colleagues and stakeholders could see where we were going in terms of that discussion, and that I would like to see us flush out any kind of convention schedule with more of those, where particularly if we've got some of our partners coming to participate as well, that we could also have those other external stakeholders come in, because then we are kind of in the room together and we can ask the questions, and we're not trying to stick our hand up and see whether or not we're actually on the screen, or whether we got missed, or having to yell out our name. And so I know that we incurred a few costs for that when we attempted that in September of last year, and maybe we could look at what those costs are and put a little bit of money aside to contemplate doing something like that again, if these platforms are going to go through virtually.
It's a great point, Council Morrison, and I wonder as well, and I think you had maybe noted in an email, if my memory is serving me correctly, that if FCM did come in a similar sort of venue that it had with UBCM, that maybe that would be something as well that I know that many, because of the cost usually where it is, we said a few times, but if it is online, maybe there's an interest on finding out what's happening nationally as you would at those events for council as a whole, maybe to be all involved if it's a virtual one.
We had Mr. Fenkler and Mr. McIsaac in a meeting last week at the AKPLG to have some of these discussions, and they're going to wait a little bit longer, but yeah, they're targeting out for planning of a hybrid model at the very least, understanding that there will be a class of representatives that are going to want to stick close to home regardless. So I think the point is well taken. I think we could do a version 2 of that, and there were some really big benefits of bringing our regional directors and some of our regional partners together in a small group. And by the time we get to September, it's no doubt that that group will be a larger contingent. We can do a bit more with it. So it's a great.
Okay, so
keep track of.
It sounds like me. I should be looking towards a more curtailed travel budget, but also keeping some funds in there that would allow us to rent the space down at the Prestige and make sure that everyone's comfortable and set up. Yeah, maybe not the dollar value of heading down to Vancouver, but doing that. Yeah, okay.
And then, you know.
So thanks, Janice. Those are great ideas. Colin, does that fit? Would some of the costs of that fit under that fund as well, or not? Well, since we normally have a budget for the travel part, but.
Well, and that's sort of what I was thinking. I mean, again, I would say that in my estimated recoverable expenses, yes, I'll be kind of beating the bushes to say, hey, they had to do this down at the Prestige and we had to do that and buy these, one-off package lunches, but we would look at that kind of cost. If we're going forward here, could it be? I don't necessarily know that we need to, I guess, Mayor. All I'm saying is that it's not like council saying, you know what, all of us want to go to FCM and UBCM and build me a budget that allows for us to go and travel again. I'm hearing, no, more inclined to have a lower budget, but yes, maybe it allows for some travel as it opens up, maybe later in the fall, but also have some funding available. So in the same way that Corporate Officer Winton was able to kind of build a UBCM type of event, that she's got some money to work with.
Yeah. Okay.
Councilor Woodward.
Councilor Woodward, you're up.
Yeah, I mean, I often talk about the environmental piece, but there is the element that if we are having these kind of virtual conferences, we are not burning GHGs, and there's a good result because of that. So there is that piece too. It does go along with what we're trying to do with Nelson Next, and then maybe in the future we just have less people going, possibly, those kind of things.
It's a fair statement, and I think it's for me when I think about Councilor Morrison having to go and as she does every time that she sits at the table and these sorts of questions come up, being able to say, hey, you know what, we've got an option maybe to partner with you and maybe work together on a virtual FCM and a virtual UBCM, and so therefore we don't need to have every single person going to some of these events, and again, leading by example, saying City of Nelson's going to go this way, and so I think that speaks, and it also allows her to speak with a confidence that she's, as a council, that we're doing this. We suggest that you do it the same.
Very good.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, Colin, carry on as if you're normal there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you guys can hear me, and I'll have to find out where we got this piece of equipment from and purchase it.
Yeah, sure start with that one right there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to know.
Take it back to Walmart.
I don't really, like I said, overall, when I've just on a quick verbal update, I guess I would say on what I'm seeing happening in the year end for the operating budget, and I think some of the benefits of not traveling, I think that even lower than what we had budgeted is helping out with some costs that we had. The fact that we're going to be able to get funding coming from whether it's the COVID restart for additional expenses that we did incur, coupled with the fact that the province, because they did announce an emergency, that we'll get some of that other funding on top of this COVID funding. It does look like, when not that it's supposed to, and I get nervous as an overall taxpayer, whether it's federal, provincial, or municipal, is that there's a lot of money that's flowed into us, and I know that we want to be good stewards of it. Um, and yet I get concerned on what the future looks like for whether it's the federal government having monies available. But in the meantime, with interest rates being low and the current government wanting to have, in their back pocket a big sum of money for grants, I think that council needs to be aware of how many grants that we have out there. And with the money that's flowing around, it's quite possible we're successful on a number of them, which again is great, but it has its own problems that kind of get associated with that, as far as like, how do you get it underway, who's the staff member that's the champion of it, and whatnot. So, and again, as we look around, and we saw from earlier today from our development services director, the number of projects that are going on in our community right now, and then add additional new projects, it's an interesting time. But certainly in Nelson, we don't seem to be suffering in some ways, and that's not to say that some of our residents and our commercial operators are not, but just overall as a government and as a community for building, it's just seems to be gangbusters. So that's the part that I guess I would say, looking over on wages, everything seems to be pretty much in line with budget. There's a few top ups, but again, part of that may be COVID related. But as you saw the photos from the fire department, that is one area where we did end up incurring a pretty higher than budgeted expense, was wages, for a couple of reasons. As he pointed out, the number of fires we had, like even in 1 week, and having to bring in your auxiliaries and people being on overtime to be able to fight those fires in consecutive days and the weeks, that kind of racked up. In addition, we need to have a complement. We run pretty light for our staffing, but when you have someone go down on injury, and we had a number of injuries in the fire department in 2020, you can't just say, well, hey, Colin, can you be available for a call? You need to bring somebody in that's got the skill set to be as a professional firefighter. So you have to backfill those positions. You can't just say, well, we'll only have one person on shift. So that was a challenge. We had a number of injuries there in 2020. But as far as the rest of it, certainly places like the parks, we're on budget. Public Works a little bit under at this point in time. I'll be interested to see what this winter ends up being. Again, it's another place that as we go through budget, we do keep the staff on full time, so you're not going to say have a savings on wages there, but not having the trucks run, 18 hours a day and sanding and loaders and cleaning out the downtown, that at least at this point in time, and maybe this doesn't get me bonked over the head that in a month from now we have another snowmageddon, but it certainly would seem that we've had a pretty light snow year, and that also may allow for some shifting or the ability for additional funds to be available. That because when I think about $750,000 is our snow budget for the year, and we are a little bit over it in 2020, recognizing though that most of that happened in the early first 6 weeks of 2020, how much money we do spend and having to clean out the downtown, and when we need to bring in contractors and haul snow, it's expensive. And again, we had a pretty light end of the winter, so those will be another areas that I think that as we move through the budget, may allow some shaping for council.
Are you suggesting that climate change is saving us money and reducing carbon?
I'm not saying that. In fact, the problem
Sounds like
with
it to
climate
me.
change, well, it isn't, because the saddest part is, and it was interesting in talking with our new hydro GM, Scott Spencer, who came from the north, and I had an opportunity to talk with Alex Love, who's now up north, and they talk about that quite frequently, that it seems like, yes, it's warmer, but in certain places up in the north, when you've got now drunken hydro poles, they call them, because they're all falling out of the ground, and you can watch them kind of wobble across the ground. But the release of the methane from the fact that it's warming actually exacerbates the problem. up in the north. So anyway, it's quite fascinating. What I can say though is that as a skier and then also as your CFO, I love that the skiing has been pretty awesome, and that I'm saving money down here. And after I go skiing, I don't have to come home and shovel snow. I don't know. It looks like it's a pretty good win. So
Climate change continues to pay dividends to the boomers.
that's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
One more golden opportunity for a moment, a hot second.
Throwing bananas and Whitehorse.
Yeah. So at this stage, I just wanted to give council sort of next steps. I know that this was more of an information, and I don't have hard numbers for you, especially because we're still looking through. When we come to the meeting on the 29th, we'll be looking at capital. I can't guarantee you that even at that stage that I would even be close to that, that more defined on what's happening in the operating budget. I'm hoping that the following in February there that we would start to understand what we're doing and what's going on. Again, we'll be talking operating capital on the 29th, and again we'll be interested to see, and we'll get our reports on the 26th from our economic development, visitor center, capital, NDAC, touchstones, etc. So I know that you will be getting that information, and that will again be fed back into what's happening for our 2021 budget and beyond. It's a bit crazy. Like I said, we've got bargaining next week with CUPE, and we're looking forward to working with our partners there and coming to an agreed upon agreement that we can both be satisfied with and be collaborative on. So I'm optimistic there. And other than that, I think that I don't have that much more to speak about, Mayor, and it's maybe a bit light for you guys taking your day, but I'm certainly willing to have any discussion, and I left some time available if there was things that you felt we haven't touched on, or that you want researched, or that you're looking forward to having some ideas or numbers on for the next time we meet, whether or not that's on operating budget in probably February 5th, or to be thought about as far as capital on the 29th.
Chris, did you have anything you wanted to add at all? Chris having his afternoon nap, is he? What time is it? Oh yeah, he probably is.
Sorry, I'm.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Computer's running pretty slow here. I had to hit that unmute button a couple times, but. No, I mean, I think, I'm calling out that I made a couple notes here of things I want to talk to Colin about, try to get, again, with that COVID funding. It almost seems like you've got a couple of different buckets here, sort of your restricted and unrestricted funding as we kind of use some for the revenue and expense piece. As that flows through, that becomes something we can use in a less restrictive fashion, if that makes sense. And then your other bucket of funds that have some parameters around it, a little more tighter. So kind of seeing what that looks like. So but we'll just kind of plug along. We just did our last payroll on Thursday that took us up to the end of December. So we've kind of got all our numbers in for 2020. So that'll give us a better idea of where we're sitting at now. So we'll just kind of move on from there.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Woodward.
Hey, Mayor. Colin, I remember last year when this, when COVID came on and really heavy in March, I remember I asked you to produce like a kind of sort of best case, worst case, middle of the road kind of projections, which you did, which is great. I'm wondering, we seem to be kind of heading towards, in quotes, more normality coming at sort of near the end of the year. So I'm wondering if we can kind of expect the budget for 2021 to be similar to 2020 in many ways, because all the restrictions will probably be there for quite a bit of the year. So in some ways, we kind of have a bit of a weird model to look at. Do you think that's a good way to look at it? That we can kind of go from what 2020 was and use that as a model?
Well, I would say that even on our 2020 model, we certainly did much better than we had expected on certain areas. In some areas, we were pretty bang on. So definitely, I think, when I see what, for example, where the youth center is coming in on campground and parkade, I may say, what we may need to be a bit more conservative on some of that numbers if things don't change. But I guess I also feel an optimism that we do have we've got a vaccine. It is starting to roll out. Sure, these things are logistically tough, but I'm really hoping that it looks different by the time we get to end of March. And if we had to make an adjustment, Council Woodward, that might be the time to say, oh, this is not going well, or maybe it's like, actually, no, we're starting to see that we've got our most vulnerable, we've got our frontline workers taken care of. Not that it's great, we don't want to overwhelm the system, but we're at least protecting as well. So the thing of the budget here too, Councillor, as you have been aware, you've been on the business here for a while, is that we don't end up, adopting it until May. And you saw how quickly we were at kind of a point mid-March, which we had to pivot very quickly at. And so I would say that I'm going to be cautious. And even when we get to February here, it may be a conservative type of budget, and understanding that we may or may not present it right away, and we may just wait another month or so. We've got a bit of time. And so I think time's a little bit in our favor. And the fact that based on where it'd be a different conversation, Councillor, if we didn't get even if we didn't get this funding from the province. I think we're having a totally different conversation, right? So,
Yeah,
right.
great.
So again, what ramifications that funding has to me personally, or as a government, or whatnot in the future, I don't know. It concerns me, but currently, with what's happened there, allows us some flexibility. It's the sort of thing for me, takes pressure off of tax increases. And again, but we also have to look at our partnerships with our regional district and hospital and some of the events that are coming there. So it'll be interesting to see what actually comes by the time we have to finish ours, because the RDCK has to have theirs earlier. I think the hospital does. And it'll be interesting, again, what does the province do with their school tax, right? I mean, they knocked it in half, right? So again, are they willing to go another year with that? Are they going to bring it back up, which again, probably a tougher winter than maybe some had hoped after businesses saw what happened over the summer. So yeah, you've got some great questions there, and I don't have my Kreskin hat on, but I did say that we've got some time, and I guess the hope of a vaccine, I think, is where I'm hoping that economic opportunity will continue.
Yeah, it definitely feels there's more cushions, there's more safety nets than there were in March. It was like a high wire act back then.
Totally.
It doesn't quite feel like we're definitely in a sort of a more a softer area than we were then.
And like I said, with the benefit of this COVID funding, I think it allows you, even if we were maybe I say a bit conservative, but even if those numbers don't come in, this funding and that what do they talk about? They say revenue shortfalls. You've been given a pretty good money for some cushion on revenue shortfalls. So I'm hoping that you're going to have some confidence that we'll get through that. Plus, what's happened this year overall. I would be interested in, and to, just even to humor me, I have one other thing I forgot to add, and I will talk about it. But Councillor Morrison, in your health care role, we did start to see things improve, and in May and in June, and weather being a factor where they talked about second wave. We've got some second wave. We've got bigger numbers, but they talked about it in winter. Do we expect to see things really start to die down as we get into a warmer weather, and maybe our streets can be full of people reveling and having a beer and walking the streets and shopping?
Just an answer to that, I don't know that in terms of this virus, whether or not the research has really determined whether or not this is like a seasonal flu, in terms of the fact that heat diminishes it or picks it up, and that just the fact that when you're inside, usually when we're inside we see a spike in flu, just again because of close proximity. I think that this is a whole new book that will be written. There'll be lots of more scientific journals coming out about how we see this roll out over the long term. But I would say is that right now we're sitting waiting to see actually what the effects of these seasonal holidays are, and if we can get through it. And I guess the only thing in my mind is that if we start to see some kind of correlation and really the proof will be in the pudding in terms of the research that'll come afterwards, is Easter is late this year, and when I look at the calendar as to when would be the next time when people would really want to congregate and be together with their family, with Easter being in April, we might actually, if we see this sort of spike right now that's going to be a result of Christmas and New Year's, we have this time for it to potentially taper down, and maybe there'll be the realization within the public just that, yeah, maybe there is something about getting together in a large group that causes it to spike. So we might see a downturn, and I'm hopeful that we see a downturn that continues to go down. But given that also then we have 2 good months, 2.5 months to really try to get these numbers down, and then maybe Easter could be quiet. It was interesting to look at yesterday's numbers come out and see that actually in Interior Health, that we had way more cases than Vancouver Coastal did. I think that we should consider ourselves fortunate that we're not seeing that. I don't think here locally, but within Interior Health, which is a large geographic area, that our numbers continue to be quite high, considering the geographic dispersal of our area. Like we do for the most part live quite remotely. Even in a city, we're quite remote compared to the bigger areas like Vancouver Coastal. So only time will tell in all of these things, and let's hope that we can all be out on that street and not having to sit underneath the warming lamp at the outdoor pub.
Well, it was interesting too. I was thinking about anyone that wanted to have a patio. We didn't have a lot of snow clearing. We could have had the whole street shut off and been able to have beers. So this year, anyway. The one other thing I wanted to mention, again, another good news story, but grant dollars coming in, is BC Transit was able to negotiate with the province and with the feds for their own COVID restart funding. Now, this is in addition to the provincial COVID funding of the 2.6 million that we received. Between us and our regional district partners, they have provided us with $414,000 in COVID funding. When I've looked at it with my counterpart at the RDCK, we've kind of said, because it's always a bit challenging that the province and municipalities have non-coterminous year ends, and that just means that ours is on December 31st, theirs is on March 31st. So sometimes we talk in different years, even though we're ending at the different times. So that $414,000, we've looked at and said, look, we're not going to touch it for 2020, but for 2021 and 2022, we are looking at using that on a basically 24-month period, and that would bring about $17,000 of additional revenue that would come to our transit system to help out with, again, additional costs, but even more so lower ridership. Although what I'm seeing right now is that we ended up with higher revenues than we had budgeted, and considering how long it was you were able to ride the bus for no fee, I will be interested to see as we get our January numbers in, because it's common for the semester passes to get sold, whether or not that's for our Selkirk groups or if it's for the regular students that run to LVR or Trafalgar. So I'm optimistic that this is another help in our transit system. So of course they're saying they're expecting lower revenues, but they're providing some funding to assist with that. So I just wanted to share that as well. So another funding source that the city has received.
Thank you, Colin. On that note, unless people have nowhere else to go, we could call adjournment.
Yes.
Moved by Councillor Woodward, second by Councillor Renwick. All in favor? Thanks very much, everybody. Take care. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
Thanks.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend, guys.